15th, 2025. The City of Dawson Creek acknowledges that we are privileged to live and work on Treaty 8 territory and the traditional home of the Cree, Danase, Saulteaux, Sicanee, and Slavey First Nations. We value the Métis peoples that live and gather here. We commit to upholding the respectful relationships these nations have built with the land, and we acknowledge our responsibility to carry that forward today and into the future. First order of business, 2 delegations. 2.1, we have Amanda Neufeld and Morgan Wigglesworth, City of Dawson Creek, in attendance regarding the proclamation to declare July 20th to the 27th, 2025 as National Drowning Prevention Week in Dawson Creek. So welcome and good morning. I know you can just stand here and I'll read the proclamation and then you can. Okay. Yeah. So whereas the mission of Life Saving Society Canada is to prevent drowning across the country, and even one drowning in British Columbia is one too many. And whereas most drownings are preventable in a water-smart community, and through education and health respect for the potential risks associated with any body of water, residents can safely enjoy the beauty and recreational opportunities that our lakes, rivers, and pools provide. And whereas the Life Saving Society urges residents of Dawson Creek and surrounding areas to supervise children in and around water, refrain from consuming alcohol while participating in aquatic activities. I'm struggling this morning.
That's okay.
And always wear a life jacket when boating. And whereas the United Nations General Assembly has passed a resolution declaring that July 25th of every year World Drowning Prevention Day. And whereas the Life Saving Society Canada has declared July 20th to the 27th, 2025 as National Drowning Prevention Week to raise awareness of the drowning problem and highlight actions across the sectors. Now therefore, I, Darcy Dober, Mayor of the City of Dawson Creek, do hereby proclaim July 20th to 27th, 2025 as National Drowning Prevention Week in the City of Dawson Creek and encourage all citizens to join me in this worthy observance. So awesome. And yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. That's up there.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So good morning, Mayor Doberman and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We're here to officially proclaim July 20th to 27th, 2025 as National Drowning Prevention Week in partnership with the Life Saving Society and other dedicated community organizations. As stated in the proclamation, the mission of Life Saving Society is to prevent drowning across Canada, and even one drowning in our province is one too many. The good news is that most drownings are preventable with water, smart education, and healthy respect for the risk posed by all types of waters, lakes, rivers, pools, and even backyard spaces. We can all enjoy these environments safely. To support this mission, we're organizing a series of community-based activities throughout Dawson Creek and surrounding areas. These events aim to educate residents of all ages about critical water safety and survival skills. So on Sunday, July 20th, 2 certified lifeguards and swim instructors are going to Swan Lake from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. and they're sharing important information about boating and water safety. At the end of the day, we're doing a draw for, they're gonna look at a life jacket, tell us if it's safe or not. They enter their name in a draw and they get a prize if they're the lucky one of 2 people. On July 21st to 24th at our pool here from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. we're going to do game-based learning sessions. These sessions are fun and engaging and designed to teach children and adults how to reach an edge safely if they fall into water unexpectedly. And then on July 26th and 27th, we'll be at Moberly Lake where there are 3 qualified lifeguards and instructors, and they're going to deliver the Swim to Survive program. This program teaches the essentials to survive with unexpected falls into water. So we're going to teach rolling into deep water, treading water, and swimming about 50 meters to safety. And everyone at Moberly Lake will be put in a life jacket provided by our facility and Life Saving Society. With this event, it's proudly sponsored by Northern Health and also the Life Saving Society. And we have someone from the Life Saving Society, a representative, coming up from Vancouver to help us with this event. As of July 6th, we've already had 22 deaths by drowning in British Columbia. Morgan here is going to hand out some stats from last year. That's the most up-to-date information we have. Unfortunately, tomorrow they update it again for our website. Our goal through all this is simple, is to educate, engage, and help prevent needless tragedies in and around the local waterways. On behalf of our team and community partners, thank you once again for considering this proclamation and for your continued commitment to public safety. And at this point, if you guys have any questions, please let us know, and thank you again.
Thank you very much. It's phenomenal, that number of 25, but I think it's amazing just to be proactive in so many things we do in life, but to have these events, when I was reading that you're doing, it's pretty phenomenal that our community is able to do that, right, at neighboring lakes and parks. But so yeah, we're just honored to be here to support you through this. But I also wanted to take this opportunity to thank both of you and the team at the pool. We know it doesn't go unnoticed that the work that you guys do down there, and especially over the last couple of years, it's grown quite a bit, and we're back to 7 days a week, and just the team that is down there, and nothing against it before, but you can just really feel it when you're in there. Like, it's such a positive culture and environment. So I just really wanted to take this opportunity to thank both of you. I know you play a big part in that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And it doesn't go unnoticed. We talk about it at council and here. So yeah, just keep up the good work and thank you. And obviously this is, it's just a wonderful thing that you're doing. And yeah, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. All right, so I think we'll smile. This is ready for a picture? So
Yes, go in the middle.
Perfect. Yeah, congratulations. Thank you again for everything.
Thank you so much.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Thank you.
All right, our next order of business was 2.2. We have Mike Goodman, Senior Manager of Development, and Adeline Thames, Associate of Development with Innergex Renewable Energy Incorp. in attendance regarding introduction to the Bessie Wind Project. So, good morning and welcome. I will just turn that on. There you go. The floor is all yours. So.
Great, thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Mayor Dober and council and staff. Thanks very much for having us. We're look forward to speaking to you about Bessie Wind Project. I'm Mike. I'm my colleague Adeline. We're developing, and this is an early stage project. Innergex also has another project, Stewart Creek, which I think we've also been here to speak to. This one is separate and new, so yeah, really looking forward to introducing it to you. We've spoken to a lot of private landowners as we're developing this project. We've also spoken to First Nations. We view the city and the regional district and the people that you represent as stakeholders, so we're really excited to bring this to you and speak to you about this. About 10 minutes of slides. At the end, of course, we'll have a little Q&A that we're happy to answer questions. And if we can't, we're happy to kind of respond to a letter or come back as this project progresses. A little bit about Innergex. We're a renewable energy company. We've been in business since 1990. We're a Canadian corporation, headquarters in Montreal, but we have a big office in Vancouver. And also we have Doki Wind, which is near-ish, about 200 kilometers away from here, which is the operating wind plant. So we have community members who work and help operate that facility. We do have 91 operating projects around the world: Canada, US, Chile, France. 46 of them are in Canada. 21 of them are in BC. They've been operating for years and years, and some of them are new, but a lot of them have been operating for quite a while. We're really a start to finish company. So we're developers, and then we get into construction, and then we operate them. So we're here for the long term, really interested in having long-term relationships with cities and with people. We really view the community engagement piece as really important, so hence why we're being here and trying to be transparent early on in the process. This is the project area. If you can see, the red is a kind of, big circle. That's, the perimeter is about 100 kilometers, more than 100 kilometers, 200,000 acres. I mean, that's a huge, vast piece of land. There are a lot of private lots in there. We're looking to develop within there, so the project will not, of course, be that big. We'll get into next slide. We'll really talk about how kind of large or what the project and how the turbines will look. We also just want to kind of emphasize that we're going to align with policies, so the wind energy generation policy, and also different acts, Wildlife Act, and other acts that will be sure to abide, align to, and in most cases exceed the requirements. So the project itself is, the turbines will all be located on private land. There may be some infrastructure as far as right-of-ways going through feeder lines or cross roads for transmission lines, but it will generally be entirely on private land. The turbines themselves, you can see on the right, they're quite high, kind of as just a visual what that will look like. If you come into town from the north, you see some of the BC Hydro transmission lines right before you turn, or the dangerous goods route. There's some BC Hydro infrastructure there. Those are transmission lines. Ours will be about double that height. And so visually, that's what a turbine height would be. But yeah, 125 hub height. And then, of course, you have the rotors, which then would go another 80 meters above that. Turbines are quite large. They're 6 megawatts each. We're early in the phase, so we think we have enough now for 25 turbines, and we're also looking to talk to more landowners to potentially expand the area to bigger. The process, the rules of BC Hydro, who will be the buyer of the energy, it really needs to be larger projects, so to be competitive or economic. So it'll be at least 25 turbines. Each turbine themselves will be at least 600 meters from any dwelling. So that's really important to note. So that's for health and safety, also for sound. In most cases, they're actually further apart. They'll be a kilometer from a home, or each turbine itself will be kind of separated by about that same amount. So they'll be reasonably spread out across private land. Of course, the landowners will have a lease with the landowners, or we do have leases that are active, and so landowners have the right, of course, to say they're not interested on their plot. But we do have a lot of positive feedback from landowners and some signed leases already in place. I should mention too, we're actively talking about partnering with the First Nations, but at this point we don't have anything signed, so we don't have anything to share on that aspect. This is a project schedule. So we talked about Stuart Wind. Stuart Wind is already advanced through the RFP stage, but this project has not gone to a BC Hydro RFP. BC Hydro has a request for proposals for projects coming up in December. So we're looking to put this project through that process in December. And then as far as if we're awarded, the process then goes into studies, design, and permitting. That takes 3 to 4 years, sometimes 5 years, and then there's a 2-year construction phase, and then the contract, if awarded, would be 30 years of operation. We'll pass on to Adeline.
Thanks, Mike. So I remember I was here in attendance for the Stewart Creek presentation when we introduced that project to you, and a big point of conversation was local and regional procurement opportunities. And I think that this is something we can talk about in relation to this project, but especially in relation to just wind development and industrial development in the region overall. We really want and value your input. You know, you probably have maybe businesses of your own or friends or neighbors or family members who, you know, are great surveyors or excavators or loggers, monitors, whatever it is. We anticipate that a project of roughly this size would have 150 to 200 jobs during the construction period, with roughly 10 jobs more full-time during the operational phase of the project. So again, like the reason why we're here today at this, again, very early stage in a project like this is to, you know, get our faces here, provide our contact information so we can just like have an open dialogue with you about how best to go about, you know, a local training plan in a good way and understand the priorities of the city of Dawson. So that's why we're here. In terms of other interests, maybe for consideration, this is definitely not comprehensive, but as Mike mentioned, you know, we're siting turbines on private land through contracts we sign with landowners. Then there will also be some right-of-ways that we'll seek permits for municipally and provincially as needed for collector lines, but connecting the turbines to the project substation, as well as then transmitting that power to the BC Hydro substation. So we'll definitely want to seek your feedback and input, as well as approvals during that process. Additionally, we know that decommissioning and waste is a big concern and hot topic, especially in relation to wind energy. We do, you know, very clearly outlined in our lease agreements with landowners that we will return the area to substantially the same condition as prior to development, and we put money into that fund for decommissioning at starting at day one of the project. So we are thinking about how to decommission the project in a good way from day one. We, of course, want to prioritize reuse or recycling materials as much as possible before disposing. Innergex is currently supporting some leading innovation efforts to reduce waste impacts. There's a lot of really cool ongoing projects about crushing up blades to turn into lower carbon cement or use blades in infrastructure projects, because those big turbine blades are the main concern in terms of waste. The towers and nacelles are highly recyclable. It's a lot of steel and aluminum and copper, but it's that fiberglass that is really important to think creatively about when decommissioning. So that's top of mind as well.
We tried to define some dollar estimates for council. We think they'll have about 200,000 in municipal property tax. There'll be also above that will be property provincial tax and other things, but the 200,000 is what we think will go to the regional district and to the city. That will happen, half of it will happen during construction phase, and then the full amount of 200K we think will go as far as once a project is operational. And just kind of an idea of what the landowners will receive in payments depends on how much infrastructure they have on their site. They get paid more infrastructure, more payment, but it will be about $20 million over the course of the 30-year span of the project. Thanks very much. Thanks for your time. Our contact information is below. Please feel free to reach out when we go through the RFP and hopefully we're successful. We would like to come again and kind of give more details what the project and actual layout will look like. But yeah, please reach out and we're happy to be in communication. Thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Adeline and Mike. Thanks for being here today to present. So I'll open it up to council first for questions. Was that planned? Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. Just a couple of quick questions. What's the average life of those turbine blades?
So when we sign a contract, we guarantee, there's usually a guarantee from the manufacturer for between 20 to 30 years. So depending on the type of turbine and how advanced the technology is, because they are becoming more advanced, whatever the manufacturer feels confident they can guarantee is what they'll kind of sign when we buy all those turbines that are pretty expensive from them. And so they will guarantee usually 20 to 25 years, but we can hopefully get the full operational phase from one wind turbine without having to replace a blade.
Where are they produced?
So we are we haven't decided exactly what turbines we'd be using for this project, but the majority of turbines that we see as kind of leading in the industry are produced in Germany and in Europe.
And just, I don't know if you'll be able to answer this. Can you explain further what substantially return to original means? Is that like 80% return to what it was, 90?
Entirely.
Entirely?
Yeah.
You aim for 100%?
We aim for 100%, and if we can't get there, we will restore or compensate to get to that equivalent.
Okay. And if landowners approached us about wanting to be involved on their land, how would they get a hold of you?
They can reach out
Just
to
the
us.
two?
Yeah, reach out
Okay.
to us, and we can look and see, where their land is, and definitely, we'd love to hear that.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Parslow?
Well, this is somewhat scary to me that my questions parallel those questions of Councillor McDonald.
Not just to you.
So with the need for Canada to reclaim its manufacturing of, let me go back. I heard a story once, I don't know if it's true, that there was a discussion about establishing for the production of some components of these windmills, if I can call them that, here in the Peace Country, which the story goes was shot down by the provincial government, not local governments. So given the proliferation of these wind farms in the Peace, which is all part of the total, a comprehensive plan of sustainability, is there any dialogue in the industry about bringing into Canada the manufacturing of some components?
Yeah, that's actually, I think we had discussed this a little bit when we presented on behalf of the Stewart Creek project. And I think that that's an excellent idea. We would obviously love to see more like locally and Canadian made aspects of these, expensive components that we're building, especially as we're building more and more wind projects all over Canada. I personally, and I don't think maybe Mike either, we have heard much about that manufacturing being talked about in the piece, or at least that conversation being reopened, but it's definitely a great idea, and we can take it back to kind of advocate for or see what that would look like from the manufacturers themselves.
Just supplement to my question, just a bit of information. I understand the impetus for this came from Germany, setting it up here in the piece. It was,
Okay.
yeah. So that's been around for quite a few years, but I think current circumstances facing our country, now is the time perhaps to raise that again. I'm a little puzzled by the statement you made about the tax revenue. How would this, maybe the staff can answer this question, how would we benefit from something located in Area D? I mean, the Area D director's a great guy. He might want to cut a check to us, but can you explain that to me?
Yeah, and I do also want to mention that, of course, a lot of the raw materials do come from this area. The met seal, 80% of the turbine weight is steel. A lot of the infrastructure, substation material, poles, those sort of materials will be manufactured certainly in BC, but also around. And of course, the turbine blades are fiberglass, which comes from the raw material, also from oil and gas. But I do take that question quite seriously, and we do want to bring that up and speak to that more. And as an industry, I think get a better handle of that to involve the partners in the communities. Now, the tax revenue, it's a very early estimate. There also is some fire contribution. We have to pay a fire service, which is not included in that $200,000. There'll be jobs, and there's community members that do live in the area. So we think there'll be benefits there. Where the breakdown is, I do look forward to hearing from staff and understanding. I'm not a tax expert. We have a kind of a figure as far as we go, but we're happy to work and work through that 200,000, or whatever the number as the other numbers will be, to kind of get that answer, because that is an important question. And I think we can work together to figure that out. Thank you.
In the last question, and don't get the wrong impression, I'm all for renewable energy. But some of my people who attack me sometimes, not physically, but often just to stir up an argument. But the issue about concrete, these turbines, in fact, I took visitors from Gibson's to see the one at Bear Mountain. They'd never been close to one. So, two questions relating to concrete. Some of the cynics say it will take many years. The greenhouse gas emissions associated with concrete for each of these pads will take many years of use of the turbines to be offset. Do you have a figure on that? Because I'd love to have some facts. Not necessarily that they're interested in facts. I mean, many people have opinions without any substantiation, but I like to deal with data. So is there any information you can send if you don't have it at your fingertips?
Yeah, go ahead.
Definitely. There is actually a recent study that was done by the MIT Climate Hub on this exact topic, and I don't have the figures on the top of my mind, but I can send them. But the long story short is that the decarbonization benefits of wind energy far outweigh the emissions associated with the concrete pads. Additionally, if creative waste solutions such as using turbine blades within cement components, that would also, assist with this kind of issue, because it would reduce some of the greenhouse gas emissions associated with the inputs in cement. So that's a more forward-looking piece of it. But as it stands today, just bare bones, the decarbonization benefits do outweigh the emissions.
I'm sure they would over 30 years or so, maybe just over a year, I don't know. The last question, reclamation, does that include digging up these concrete pads?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we wouldn't leave any infrastructure left behind.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parcel. Any other questions? Councillor Apollonio?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a simple question maybe. Who will benefit once installed, for example, who will benefit from this project, like company or city or whoever?
We will likely have a First Nation partner. We're looking to have a First Nation partner. So, of course, there'll be community benefits. There'll be people's benefits. We're a corporation, so there's going to be some rents that we'll accumulate. We'll also share it with landowners. So I think there's a vast group that will kind of earn the benefit. We also think the city will, as kind of we're trying to kind of portray. So yeah, I think we'll have a lot of impacts across a variety of groups in a positive way.
How about the energy? Like, where it will be distributed?
The energy will be purchased entirely by BC Hydro, and it'll feed onto the BC Hydro system if the project goes to operation.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Apollonio. Any other questions? I just had a few. I guess one, thank you for the presentation and all the information, and there was some new stuff there as well. I'm just, once these are up and operational, is there like a royalty on renewable energy? Like I know in other industries, there's some long-term, financial wins for the region. So is that similar to renewable energy on top of tax?
So from compared to oil and gas, for instance, it has a little different of a process. We don't have a royalty that will be paid to the community as a percent off of what the ticket price is from BC Hydro. We are looking on and looking for feedback too on what sort of sponsorship or feedback would be helpful for the community. So would like to hear what would be useful. But at this point in the early development phase, nothing is earmarked as of yet.
Yeah. And the reason I ask is there is royalties and other, and it gets split amongst the region and area because most of this stuff will be in the regional district. So there isn't actually much tax implication that would come directly to any of the municipalities, but yet all the services are used in these municipalities. So there is a funding mechanism put in by the province. So that's why I was just curious if renewable energy contributed to that. The other one is, I'm probably not on this project, but on others. Have you started community engagement, like doing town hall meetings at different areas in the region and stuff? Have you guys started those processes yet?
Go ahead, Adeline.
That's a question I'll direct to the Stewart Creek team.
Okay.
But I do know that they intend on, first of all, following up with the city of Dawson on, I think, some of the questions that they took away from the last meeting. And I think they'll also likely be reaching out to see if there's any suggestions for maybe key folks or groups that should be invited to those types of engagement events. But that's definitely, within the next couple months to a year, part of the next steps for community engagement for them, as they're a little bit further along than this project is in the development phase. Yeah.
Okay.
And I can share their contact information again if that's needed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, I guess for future stuff with this, we're seeing a lot of these projects coming. Is there any, been discussion amongst your companies about locating an office to one of these municipalities in this region, whether it's...
Yeah, certainly as there's more and more infrastructure from Innergex, there'll be more people, there'll be more activity. Right now, Dokie Wind, there are, either home office or site office, but yeah, there, as we grow for sure, there will need to be more people on site, and so that likely will go in that direction.
Yeah, because it doesn't take a lot of people to operate these once they're operate, like you're 2 or 3 to kind of look after a field.
Yeah, I think we said 10 people
Okay.
as far as, when you have regular maintenance and there's enough work to happen. You're right,
Yeah.
not on site, there won't be, 3 or 4 people, but there's enough activities, there's also the substation, there's transmission lines, there's feeder lines. So there is quite a bit of work that does have to happen, even though it does seemingly seem passive, but yeah, there's maintenance on the turbine, so there's quite a bit.
Yeah, okay. And I know that you this, when you're doing ones like this where it's on private land, it's hard to control the symmetry of these, but I know when you look at the ones we have, it becomes part of our community. They're all perfectly aligned and in order, and it looks very presentable. And then sometimes you go and they're sporadically put all throughout these mountains, and there's definitely there's something to that, having that, but I know that's difficult in projects like this, but so, and I guess the other part is with the call to power from the province, do they restrict in some areas? Do they have to be built certain distances away from others?
Yeah.
Is that kind of why you're looking at different areas all over the Peace region?
The area is really based on the resource. So windy spots in BC are better and closer to BC hydro infrastructure are the 2 real main components. We do recognize that there's a visual impact to the turbines, and they're up in the air. We gave the hub height depending on where you are. You may be able to see them. You can see Bear Mountain from here. The separation will be more than the new iteration of turbines are bigger and they're separated by more distance. So if we say they're a kilometer apart, we have 24 turbines, you have one row of 12, and then you have another row of 12. To give you an idea, each turbine itself being separated by about a kilometer. So we hope that the community benefits and the revenue that associated with that and jobs and other, softer community benefits will outweigh, and landowners themselves do not have to, if they choose not to have turbines, they don't need to sign a lease. It's kind of up to the landowners to make that decision. And we're upfront with that, and we're trying to be fair with that and fairly compensate when infrastructure does go on people's lands.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Parsley? You did say one last question.
I did say
twice.
one last, but you asked some very good questions, Mayor, and it's prompted some further thoughts, so compliments to you. So are you you know, all this, the presence of wind turbines in our area is of course, part of the solution to BC's energy needs. Have you made the college aware of your plans? I wish the college, I believe, has had and may still have a training program associated with so I would hope that you keep them informed, because with the challenges facing the country, you hear some horrific cuts going on at college level in other provinces, but I think if they know what's going on, it might sustain something. I just don't know.
Point.
Now, this next question is somewhat related to, or was spawned by one of the questions the mayor asked. While standing in for the mayor at a regional district meeting, we had a presentation from BC Hydro about energy needs and stuff, and I was quietly, internally, I hope, amused at some of the questions that some of the directors asked, because they were obviously quite excited perhaps that they had the opportunity of taking a few digs at BC Hydro, okay? And in response to a question to one of the directors, I learned that there's a great loss in energy produced here by the time it gets down, let's say, to where the energy is sucked out by the system, like in Vancouver, maybe 10, 15%. So has there any efforts been made by your company to have these wind parks close to the urban centres of British Columbia?
Yeah, sure. And thanks for that question. It's an important one as well. I'll go back to your first point, too, about connection to the college. And I feel like we planted that question to you to kind of speak to that, because we do have very, very close connection to the college. In fact, one of the blades that was removed from Doki Wind had one blade had an issue, and we donated part of it to the college so they could have it as part of their research. So thanks for that question. And yes, we intend to work with the college. We'd really like to have people who are in the community work at the project and have not just, we do want to have them for road clearing, but also very technical roles as well. And I think the college is a big part of that. So that's a great, thanks for that question. And that's really important to us too. I don't want to speak too much. It's BC Hydro. We are responding to a call for energy. There's different pricing mechanisms that dictate where projects go, whether that's the resource or that's losses. It's kind of part of their call for energy, and we're really responding to the call and bringing projects forth that meet the rules that we think are the most positive and most likely to succeed through a bid process. So I think that question itself maybe left to BC Hydro. And I also point out too that, of course, there's lots of oil and gas development in this region that need a lot of electricity. So we are hopefully supporting delivering energy to whatever resource or wherever the load needs to go. We're delivering to the system. And for BC Hydro and the province to decide where that energy goes. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Thank you. I don't know if there's some other questions. Yeah, thank you very much for coming up and presenting, and we appreciate you taking the time and the presentation, and look forward to seeing you later this week as well. So, yeah.
That's great. Perfect. Yes, we're going to come to, we're going to speak to the PRRD Council on Thursday as well. So thank you. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you. Enjoy your day.
Thank you so much.
You bet. Thank you. All right. Next order of business, 2.3. We have Katrin, Saxty, and Ashley. Planning. consultant. Oh, and Ashley Perry, it's on here, sorry. Student planner, urban systems in attendance regarding zoning bylaw update. So welcome and good morning, ladies. Sorry for saying your name twice, Ashley. I didn't see it on the printed agenda before, so. Katrin, if you just push that button, I can turn it on for you. And then, yeah, there you go. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and good morning, Mayor, Council, and staff. It's a pleasure to be before you once again. Today we're here to just have a high-level presentation on the zoning bylaw update. This project is following the official community plan, and as per the legislative requirements set out by the province of BC back in 2023, your official community plan and your zoning bylaw need to be reviewed and updated by the end of 2025. So in 6 short months. So yes, it's a pleasure to be here. With me is Ashley Perry, a planning student from Ontario who's with us for the summer. And we'll just get into it. We have about 10, 15 minutes maybe of slides, and then hopefully we'll have some dialogue throughout. And then if there's any other questions at the end. Push the right button. All right. So our agenda today, the things that we just want to cover off is we really wanted to explain the relationship between official community plans and zoning bylaws, do a little bit of a 101 on zoning bylaws. We always think it's very helpful when everybody has sort of the same level of understanding of what we're talking about, why it's important, sort of responsibilities, that kind of thing. We'll touch on the review process that will be undertaken, and then we'll kind of just go through some discussion topics and outline the next steps in our work. So official community plans and zoning bylaws. So both of these documents, with the official community plan being your highest level policy document, provide land use designations, if you will, on a parcel. Now, an official community plan sets out the future vision, and the zoning bylaw maps out what's on the ground today. So they may be different. Council is really responsible for helping steer and implement the official community plan. And we often say that property owners are responsible for complying with the zoning bylaw. The zoning bylaw is probably your biggest tool for implementing the vision that is mapped out in your official community plan. Okay, so what is a zoning bylaw? So zoning bylaw separates land uses. It provides a degree of certainty for property owners. If you buy a parcel and you know that around you is residential or around you is commercial, it gives you that confidence. You know what's going to be there next to you. It's also helpful for potential land purchasers in the future. It requires land development to meet requirements that are set out in the zoning bylaw, also in some of your other city bylaws. And it's an opportunity for residents to get involved in land use decisions. It can be enforced in the event of non-compliance. Whenever we work on a zoning bylaw, we always have pretty great conversations with bylaw enforcement about some of the challenges that they see and they experience, and we try to hopefully minimize those going forward. And it does help prevent unsightliness of properties, although it isn't the only tool for that. So in a zoning bylaw, you have permitted and accessory uses identified for each of the zones within the municipality, parcel sizes, maximum building heights, setbacks, density, how much of your lot can be covered by buildings, parking and off-street loading requirements. So this is the space that every property needs to provide so you can park on the property. It does not deal with on-street parking, that's a separate bylaw. And also regulations related to things like suites and bed and breakfast, home occupations, shipping containers or metal storage containers. There's a lot packed into this document. And one of the things that we always say is you actually have to look at the entire document to get a comprehensive sort of understanding of what you can and cannot do. The zone itself is very specific, and then there's other elements that are layered on top of that. A zoning bylaw, however, it cannot regulate exterior design, what a building looks like. You cannot identify the color of a building. You can't sit there and say you have to plant these certain types of trees. It is very specific to the use of the land, not design components. So I just wanted to be very clear on that. All right. The zoning bylaw review and update process. So we developed this with city staff. We are proposing 2 rounds of public engagement to be more online, just because this is a very technical exercise, and we've had so much great input from your community already through the OCP process, so we're just continuing to carry that information forward. 3 staff workshops and 2 council workshops, of which this is the first, and the next time that you see us, we'll be here with a draft zoning bylaw. Now, one of the things I do want to say, and I've already have said that it does need to be completed by the end of this year, but this update, like last time it was a very comprehensive update. This is more of a minor update to comply with provincial legislation and just address a few things that staff and bylaw enforcement and others have identified would help the city in terms of moving forward. So we are at early stages of this process, but it's not a really, really big comprehensive overview because that was done last time. Okay, the other thing I wanted to identify is, we call it the majority rule. So we want to build a zoning bylaw that works for most people most of the time. We will never, ever be able to come up with every possible scenario that somebody would like to try to resolve that. We will not, updating the zoning bylaw will not enable you to fix things that have happened in the past. What's there is there. It won't solve issues with already developed properties. And so again, it has to work for most people most of the time. I always sit there and say, a reasonable person will read and go, yes, that totally makes sense. That absolutely makes sense. That is what I will follow. There are always going to be folks that, want to do something different, and there's tools for that, right? There are other tools that you can consider if somebody is proposing something that doesn't fully align with the zoning bylaw. Any questions so far? Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, I have some, but I can wait till the end.
Okay,
So,
sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
So with this now, we're just going to head into some discussion topics, and this is sort of where I am hoping that we can have a little bit of dialogue, or we can save it all till the end as well. There's a few things that commonly come up when we do zoning bylaw updates. So we wanted to just kind of high level highlight some of these for you. The first one is home occupations. So in the city of Dawson Creek, home occupations are currently permitted in all residential zones. They're also permitted in your agricultural zone and your comprehensive development 2 zone. So the question is really, it's more just a sort of philosophical, is like, are you seeing any challenges with this? Are there things that maybe you'd like to see more of? Are there future opportunities? One of the things that we did notice is you don't explicitly permit home industries in the city of Dawson Creek. So I don't know if that is something that, might want to be considered or explored, or if we're happy with home occupations, which are small scale in a home, things like an accountant or a massage therapist, or very minimal impacts on your residential neighborhoods. So it was one of the things that, just in viewing this is there an opportunity? Is this something that even makes sense in the city of Dawson Creek to permit, or consider permitting, I should say, home industries?
Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, when you use the word home industry, I assumed manufacturing or construction of something. What is
home
a
industry?
home? How do you
Sure.
define home industry?
Think about the mechanic that works out of their larger property and fixes vehicles, or somebody that does some welding, or a carpenter, right? They have a shop, that kind of thing.
Home-based business.
Yeah, it's a home-based business, but it's got maybe more impacts than an in-the-home occupation. Right, because you'll have outdoor storage of materials. You'll have more noise, for example. Those are very commonly how they're distinguished, and they usually require a larger parcel.
I see. There's many of those that I know of.
Yep.
What about a butcher's shop?
Well, and this is where we need to work through this with staff and just see, is there the appetite to permit more of these in the community?
Yeah, it was sorry to say that I'm not aware of one now, but I am aware of several in the past. But the
Yep.
people who had those have died, and I don't know of any replacement. So would that be a home industry?
That's a
Where they
great
are
question.
freezing, cutting.
It's not one I've
processing.
commonly encountered as a home industry.
But carpentry and welding, yeah,
Yeah.
all sorts of that.
Yeah. So
I don't-
again, just a topic to sort of flag and kind of just, consider and explore with staff. I think we're just trying to get a bit of a pulse check if this is something that we should, look further into.
If you're looking for an idea on that, I guess my opinion on it is I don't hear a lot about it, so I would assume it's not a big issue. The other
Okay.
part is in the world that we live in today, how tough economics are for people. You're seeing a lot more people getting creative to earn livings and support their families and do things. So as much as I'd like to say it'd be nice not to have any, and we have a rebuilding full and, with everybody all over, that is not a reality. So I don't, and that's just my opinion, and I'm not hearing, but I don't believe in setting barricades up for individuals that are trying to think outside of the box to support their families and put food on their tables. So you're starting to see that change a bit, but I just haven't heard any comments over 3 years about home-based, and I know there's a lot in this community. There's a lot of people getting creative, but yeah, that's just my thoughts.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. The other thing that we wanted to just sort of share with you is metal storage containers. So within the city of Dawson Creek, they are only permitted in residential zones as temporary storage. Again, they are also permitted in other zones as more permanent storage, like industry and institutional, So again, it's, is there any desire to allow metal storage containers in residential areas, as your shed, right? I mean, that's, people commonly do like them for the security, for the, keeping critters out of your things. So I don't know if that is something that we should be considering at this time. Every community approaches this one differently, so there isn't like a right or wrong. It's more like what feels best for the community.
I think, not to steal everybody's the conversation here, but I personally wouldn't be against understanding more about like what some of that could look like. Like if there can be some restrictions around color or how they're done. I know with the cost to build right now, you're seeing, these get popped up as like shops, right? Or they're getting windows put in them and doors, and they look like actual homes. So I don't know if there's some things that could be done around. Like I think the envision is you get the old railway one that's 50 or 60 years old and rusted out, and you got those propped on everybody's driveway, and no, you wouldn't want to see that. But if there was a way to like
There is,
restrict,
absolutely.
because I think I was just talking to somebody that's got some storage issues in the back. I was like, wow, it'd be nice if they could have like a nice sea can back there, because you can shelve them. They're very secure and sturdy. And, But just the thoughts. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. I agree with everything you said, 100%. I think there's so many of those storage containers in the world right now. Repurposing them is a great idea. They do work well for security, etc. You mentioned color of them and that, though. How does that work with the no design regulations in?
We don't specify a color per se, but the general regulation is basically it needs to be, painted in a similar color to the principal residence. So if you have a white house, you have a white sea can, right? If you have a blue house, we don't specify, we just say it needs to look like it fits on the property and in with the neighborhood.
Right.
Yeah.
And then because they're not permanent, do you have to further the regulations on how close they can be to property lines and stuff like
They
that
would
then
fall
as well?
under your accessory building setbacks, and there can also be additional regulations if that is desired, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd be all for the,
Looking at it, yeah.
yeah, 100%, absolutely.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Parslow?
So often they're stacked. Often they become homes. So this is storage, right?
Correct.
But you couldn't store a mother-in-law in there?
I'm not going to
No
engage in this one.
You know, in some areas, right, they're becoming homes for people.
Yep. Yeah.
And I'm not against that either. So I'm not against them being stacked. There are height concerns for outbuildings that we have. But, you know, given what the mayor said earlier, which I also didn't disagree with at all, but why not expand it? I mean, people could, you could have a nice art studio upstairs, and you could have a nice framing studio downstairs, you know. It's, if we want to enable innovation and supplementary income, why would we restrict it to just one level? Why would we restrict it not for some homes? You know, you'd have to add a few more things to it. But yeah, it's a good way of using materials. It may help some of the home issues for some people. So I think we should be open-minded about this.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Maybe a question to Kevin on these, but if, you know, say, so, you know, I know you can turn these into shops, for example, like people will put a couple and put a roof over them. If that becomes the case, is that a permanent structure then? And does that then go, would that take different, which I don't know if we've had in this community, but you see it rarely sometimes, right?
Yeah, through your worship, what we have seen actually, I know of at least one that came up years ago is that they've used one of these containers as actually a building material. So what they've used is that, and then they've, you know, sided it. They've put maybe a roof on it. And so it doesn't necessarily look like a sea can, but they've used it as the structure and then have, you know, prettied it up so it is a little bit more fitting. And I think that goes back to some of the discussion that I heard here is, you know, there are ways, and more now all the time, as you've seen, of innovative ways to use it as a building material. So it doesn't necessarily have to look like a sea can.
Nice. And then, sorry, one more thing just on what Councillor McDonald said about design. So say, you know, there is something like this that goes through and we get a bunch of them and they get painted. Like, is now the point where you could put restrictions in that if that paint starts to rust or look unsightly, we can have that in bylaw saying that, you know, because we can't right now if somebody has a fence or their house, like unless it's a danger to somebody, there's not a lot we can do. But if you're to create something new like this, is that an opportunity to put like, you know, that it has to be kept up?
It wouldn't go in the zoning bylaw because
No.
the zoning bylaw is specific around the use
Just
of
the
the
zoning,
land,
yeah.
right? So, you know, maintenance, unsightly premises, that kind of thing, it would probably fall under those bylaws. which you have,
Property
yeah.
maintenance bylaw would be
Yeah.
maybe something you could look at
Look at.
of inserting something in there, but something we could look at.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
All
Are you
right.
good? Or do you need, oh, Council.
No, another consideration is the size of containers.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's a wide range of sizes.
Yes,
I mean,
there
the
are.
gun club has one that length is not much shorter than this room. Is that okay?
There's size
is-
limitations because if they're used as storage, they're considered an accessory building and there are already size stipulations, maximums
Okay.
in your zoning bylaw.
So if we limit them to just, yeah, well, maybe we need to revisit that whole thing because there's so much potential with these
Mm-hmm.
containers to deal with a whole bunch of things
Yep.
that we should have a good review of it, I think.
Yeah, great, thank you.
All right. The next topic we just really wanted to touch on was just related to screening, landscaping, and fencing. So there are some general regulations in your zoning bylaw with respect to that. So it was more just a check-in with you folks if there are, you know, any challenges that you're seeing or, you know, with respect to screening and landscaping, you know, between adjacent properties, between like industrial and residential, that kind of thing. You how are you finding the level of what you're seeing in the city today when you see new things, new developments go in and things like that? Is it appropriate? Are there any concerns there? There wasn't too much, I think, that we saw here, but again, we just wanted to afford the opportunity.
My only thought on this one is, and I don't even know how you do it, but I like just walking around the community or driving around, you're seeing a lot of people investing in, their lawns or fences or driveways. I've seen some driveways being paved, and I know those can just be done, but just from on this side, it would be nice to know about them because I think it's nice to recognize when individuals are going above and beyond and doing things to upkeep. But yeah, I don't even know if that would be an option, but I don't know. It was just something I was thinking about when you go around and you see people, going out of their way to do things. Like if there was a mechanism to recognize that.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Katrin, but the zoning bylaw you can have it so that you require driveways to be hard surfaced. Can you?
That's in your subdivision development servicing, I believe.
Okay.
And there's a little bit in the zoning bylaw with respect to, in the parking section, where, it's, again, it's more for commercial and industrial properties, because sometimes those do have different driveway standards. But aside from that, I think it does state in there that they're all hard surfaced.
Right. And so that, council just needs to be aware if there are some things that they want to include in this, they become requirements for folks down the road. And then at some point, those folks may come to you and say that they can't afford these requirements or it's impeding their ability to develop. And then so you end up having to, I hadn't thought about it. So again, all I'm saying is there's an aspect there that can really beautify your community, or there's some cleanliness that comes along with that, but there's a cost to the property owner for that. So it's just an awareness piece.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking having policy around it has to look a certain way. It was more just, and it wasn't about creating more paperwork for anybody, including those that do the job. I just think building a good community is about showcasing the good in the community as well. So just when you see people, if there was a mechanism so we would know about it, it wasn't about creating more. So yeah. Councillor Parslow?
Well, my thoughts somewhat were preempted by Kevin. I find having landscaping in here interesting because, again, are we going to enforce anything? Are we going to police it? I don't think so. You've got beautiful homes next to shacks here in this town. You've got some people who've really got manicured lawns, and next door it's thistles and dandelions. And there's no consequences to that. They pollute the neighbors, but what are we going to do? And we choose to, unless it's driven by a complaint by somebody, we do nothing. So I wonder why I think we should just stay silent about those things that we're not willing to take action on. So why say anything about landscaping?
Just to be clear, the landscaping in here isn't what somebody's yard looks like. It is about the landscaping between different land uses, right? Different land uses, sorry.
Oh.
Yes,
Oh.
yes.
Oh, sorry.
So very
Okay.
different.
Sorry, thank you. I withdraw.
But now you triggered my head and I got a question, but just thinking about so at this portion of what we're doing, so if a fence is falling over, I know we're not proactive, we gotta wait for complaints, but is that even something that somebody could complain and that would have to get fixed, or how does that currently work, and does this impact?
Yeah, and again, Your Worship, that may go back through property maintenance bylaws. If it's falling from one property onto the next, then it may be simply just a neighbor-to-neighbor issue, which most people don't like to deal with, and that's why they call us.
Or unsightly?
There are a few different tools, but again, it's just really, what Katrin said there reminded me. So what I think you're talking about is those buffers between land uses. And so
Correct.
if you have a commercial, you have a corner store next to a residential area, what do you do between those two land uses, whether it's screening, fencing, planting trees, landscaping? That's
Yep.
what she was alluding to there. But yeah, but a lot of what you're bringing up comes back to what we can do through property maintenance and what we can enable and actually enforce and act on. And that's probably would require a little bit more investigation and separate discussion, really.
And brownfields is not a separate zone, right? Like those are, yeah. So
Yeah, there's own commercial.
you couldn't change like the landscaping of empty lots. Could that be?
No, but I think what you can do, if they were bordering, again, this particular topic is if they're bordering different land uses, then you have the ability to enforce. But usually this happens at the development stage
Correct.
of the said lands, not after the fact.
Yeah, you can't
Yeah.
enforce this
So-
after, say,
Yeah.
we've
Yeah.
changed this and now you have to. do
Zoning
this.
is like on the on the pre-development stage where you have these regulations and then you have those discussions and then there's the plan to fulfill the requirements of the zoning bylaw. The other side is after the fact, which becomes a maintenance issue.
So wishful thinking that something like this could help with our issues with some of our,
Yeah, with brownfields.
vacant field? Yeah, okay, thank you. Councillor Apollonio?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question. How can you classify, for example, the east side of the city, like 8th Street going to 2nd or 6th Street, or maybe the industrial area? Because I know normally if I drive there, it's kind of, unsightly or something like that. I'm not sure, but maybe that's not covered. I'm not sure. Or maybe the industrial area, which is not FABE. So what are the classification or what's need to be done there? Or is that stays that way?
Yeah, I don't think we were thinking of changing the zoning of those lands east of 8th Street. I think that is still, as far as I think it's industrial. I'd have to look at the map. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, and so through your worship, I mean, I think, so you've got a historical land use along 8th Street. You end up with brownfields. And really how you can change that into the future is through your official community plan. And whether the vision moving forward of what you see there and then over time, development hopefully moves towards that direction. So that's really the mechanism for kind of changing that over time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Apollonio.
Right. Accessory buildings, really quickly, we did touch on this, so I will just really quickly go through this slide. So the city has seen a number of variance applications to, again, permit more metal storage containers, which we've talked about. And then the other thing that always comes up is the size of your accessory buildings? Like, do you see lots of requests for larger accessory buildings, larger shops, larger, storage sheds, that kind of thing? It's more just the question of if that is something that we need to look at. But I haven't really heard too much that you guys are seeing a lot of that. So I think it's really more pertaining to the metal storage containers.
Okay, Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, we do have a lot of these, and I don't think councillors ever rejected anything that is not recommended or supported by staff. If I can just tell a little story here, why I think we should maintain the status quo, is once upon a time I lived by the ocean and enjoyed a beautiful view of the Straits of Wonderfuture. Would walk across my neighbor's property, down a bank and collect clams and stuff. When I visited, a regular-sized house had been built, but a large, I'm going to say, separate garage, which was used for creative endeavors. Blocking my if I was still living there, I would have had no view. Now then, I'm just suggesting that we need to maybe have a process where things are reviewed so that one neighbour's not doing things that would cause encroachment of something on them. Now, does a view impact there? I know of issues where water drainage, you know, they built something, and this is before your time. One of my staff sued their neighbour for adding something, and the water went onto their property, causing problems. Their neighbour was a lawyer. This teacher sued them and won in court. So that needs to be managed to a degree, right, by staff. So I wouldn't want any changes there, but I'm just wondering, would issues of heights of buildings where they impact the quiet enjoyment of a neighbour be something that would be mitigation against allowing something?
So in the bylaw as it is, you already have a maximum height for your accessory buildings. And if I remember correctly, it always has to be less than the principal building.
Okay.
The second thing is, I know staff does an outstanding job looking at not only the regulations, but looking at it, because we don't ever want to look at the parcel in isolation without considering the impacts on properties around it. So that's all part of staff's review process.
So would this thoughts on permitting larger accessory buildings lead down the road to potential more problems between neighbours? I mean, as you say, we've got something. Staff does consider every due consideration already. So could we, if we made it more expansive from the point of view of the buildings being higher, wider, longer, whatever, why don't we leave the status quo and people can go through an application? Because then in that sense, we are looking at, and if you, I mean, you know I'm not, so if the quiet enjoyment is a mitigating factor or in consideration, and let's leave it as it is.
And that's absolutely an option, right? Because oftentimes this is considered to eliminate the need for people to go through an extra step if they want bigger, and if you're seeing a lot of more applications requesting a bigger size, and if the decision is made to leave it, then that's totally fine, because people do have other mechanisms in order to go through to still seek that if they wish. So. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Barzil.
And I think then this is really, I think, the second last slide, because I know we're over for time. And it was really just super high level. I think we've touched on a lot of great things today. So I'll just, open the floor to sort of these 3 questions. Can you do what you wish in the zone that you're in? If not, what are some of the things that are, you'd like to? What, in your opinion, is the biggest development challenge from a zoning perspective, facing Dawson Creek? And then are there any other zoning topics that maybe we haven't touched on that you feel is important to bring up today?
Okay. Thank you. I had one that just popped to my head when you talked about development challenges. I mean, I think the biggest one that I hear of is just the cost to build is so significant and went up so much. And then, with all, residential, commercial, all of it, we're a bit fortunate here because our pricing is, you can get it, it's still affordable, but that also hinders development because you can't build a home here for this, to recoup your costs to move it. So, but I don't know what could be changed around zoning to help that. But I mean, I think it's definitely something that we need to keep in mind. And if there is something that could help incentivize or assist, then I think we would be pretty open to hear that and help. But yeah, it's just one that popped to my head when you were asking that. Councillor Parcel.
I would say, in addition to what was just shared, water. By that, I'm talking about availability, sustainability. That I know some business opportunities that were considered didn't come here because of water issues. Not our treatment, but it's just the availability, right? I think the economy, all the factors of the economy. On one hand, we have those who enjoy the incredibly high remuneration working in the oil and gas industry, many of whom live elsewhere and fly in. And you have also a population, a lot of low-income people as well. And we don't have adequate, in our development plans, we don't address at all the needs of low-income, marginalized, okay, and the many seniors who have a need for low-cost housing. So part of our development plan, I think, needs to address those who are less fortunate in not having a good pension or a high income. And some of our development challenges from the point of view of work will be limited by the global economy, etc., affecting probably every community. I think for others, the retention of low-cost housing relative, we have quite a few people moved here from the Lower Mainland because of that. And so there's one against the other, right? During COVID, they realized they could work from home. And I have met quite a few people who've moved here and are just happy as mudlarks that they moved here because, A, they find Dawson Creek a good place to live. They're happy with their kids' schooling. They're happy with being able to get to other places easily. They're not at the end of the road. And they don't have to worry about a mortgage. So one of the challenges is retaining that, perhaps. So it's a complicated, there's yins and yans. Yeah. But I do think for me is we do have a lot of low-income people that we need to include in some of our development challenges.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion?
All right, this second to last, I swear, yes. The second to last slide is I just wanted to highlight, and we've alluded to this sort of throughout the presentation, there are other tools and mechanisms available to people if something that they wish to do isn't available to them in the zoning bylaw, whether today is or in the future, right? You can find a better zone for something, right? You can rezone it. You can amend a zone. You can create a new zone. There's development variance permits, there's temporary use permits. Each of these tools has its own associated pros and cons. And so it's like having a bunch of tools in the toolkit. So it's, staff really sits down and thinks, what's the right path forward? So you can change a zoning bylaw is really the point of this slide, but you do need to be very, very thoughtful about how you are accommodating that change, because depending on how you do it can have, significant implications to more properties than you perhaps anticipated, or is it a change that actually will benefit the broader community, or is it something specific? So again, there's lots of ways to do that. It's just making sure that the right tool is used in the right situation. And then just wrapping up, our next steps are really after this conversation is to undertake some of the initial engagement with the community. Staff workshop, we will we've already started sort of sitting down and looking at the zoning bylaw in detail. We'll be back before you once there is a draft that we've vetted with staff, and then some final sort of high-level engagement to the community in terms of like what are the big things that have changed, and then just working through the approvals process with the goal of hopefully having this wrapped up as close to the end of the year as possible. And that's it.
Okay, thank you very much, both of you. Councillor Parslow?
Yes, so this last section, making changes to zoning, in the zoning bylaw, there will be suggested processes to follow.
No, it's not in the zoning bylaw. These are already other tools and mechanisms that the city has in place.
Say it again. So,
There's already other tools and mechanisms that the city has in place.
oh, okay.
Yeah, these are existing. It's nothing new.
Okay.
We're just saying there are ways that you can change things in the zoning bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Any other questions? I had one just early in the presentation. You talked about just the process of engagement and stuff, and I was grateful to see that there's community engagement in there. And I know we've been getting a lot of traction on a lot of the community engagement we've been doing, and I think that's important for us that we're reaching out to the community. But those two being done electronically, is there any benefit to having one in person? Like, are you finding more traction? Because I don't think everybody's digitally attached, so that's what I'm.
No, that's a very valid comment, and I think in the conversations that we had with staff, and I think just based on previous experiences that we have had, we don't often get a lot of turnout to zoning because it's so technical, it's so very specific. So we still want to make sure we're providing people with the opportunity, whether it's social media posts, a survey. We're working with communications team just to kind of finalize our communications and engagement strategy and approach. So there will be, I think, lots of information, but it's like, having an open house, or I think in the past there was, we had conversations with realtors and developers and had like a handful show up and things like that. So it didn't maybe yield as much as we were hoping. So I think most people, although not all, I appreciate that, are digitally connected. We thought that was going to be just a more effective way to get input in sort of a better sort of setting.
Okay.
But we're still open to discussions with staff, and if we need to pivot, we're happy to do that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you again. It was nice meeting you, Ashley, and thank you both for coming in this morning.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. I'm just going to call a break here for a short few minutes. Committee of the whole meeting. Do I need a motion to recess or no? No. So I'm going to recess to the committee of the whole meeting for Monday. And now I'm going to start the committee of the whole meeting for Monday, July 14th, 2025. I'm going to call to order. First order of business, adoption of minutes. 2.1 minutes of the committee of whole meeting from May 6, 2025 for adoption. Councillor McDonald, second Councillor Kemp. I'll call that to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. Any business arising? Anyone? No? All right, next reports. 4.1, we have report number 25-064 from the General Manager of Community Services regarding naming rights policy. Over to you, Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is response back to Councillor McDonald's motion back in 2003, April, about it. What did I say? 2023? Did I say 2003? Did I really? That's a long time ago. Sorry. And so as part of this, we undertook a sort of a bit of broader scope to it and understanding perhaps what other policies impact this or not. And so you see some of that throughout the new naming rights policy that is draft for your consideration. I think what's important is that naming rights is certainly something that municipalities over the years, but it seems to be more prevalent in the last 3 to 5 anyways, and some headlines in Edmonton and a few other communities much recently that, naming rights does support and offset rising expenses. It's by selling the naming rights to a facility or a structure or sub-naming rights to our city-owned facilities. And it's not just a facility, it could be a structure or it could be a park. Naming rights is a financial transaction whereby a business or a corporation or other entity purchases rights to name a facility, a structure, a park, and components within it. And then it's set for a defined period of time, or should be set for a defined period of time, outlined through a contractual agreement. Both the city and the corporate entity should benefit, and typically the benefit for the corporate entity is that brand recognition and community participation or involvement within it, and attaching their name to a facility, structure, or a park. I think it's important to note that the city owns a very extensive array of facilities, parks, and structures that provide services to residents and to the residents and to the surrounding region. These facilities are water treatment plants, reservoirs, arts and cultural facilities, ice arenas, curling rinks, soccer fields, parks, bridges, streets, to name a few. And whether these facilities are owned by the city, but they may be operated on behalf of by others, so nonprofit organizations, or by a facility management company. So the draft policy that's attached provides information for your consideration, and here to get your feedback on this prior to us coming back for another report and the adoption or consideration of the policy at that time. This naming rights policy provides direction and a framework for creating opportunities to generate additional revenue for the city of Dawson Creek and enabling the future enhancement of facilities and services. I think it's important also to understand that not all facilities, parks, or structures will have the ability to generate revenue, or the city may not want certain facilities, parks, or structures to have sponsorship naming rights associated to them, but may wish to consider a commemorative naming rights opportunity instead. So we're suggesting through this policy of a sponsorship naming rights aspect, so something that really has a revenue and exchange of a name of a business or a brand on a building or a structure or park. But there also may be items where you want to have a commemorative naming rights aspect where it's after a person or something that gets attached to it. So it's not a financial transaction, but gives you this policy gives some sort of direction and guidance on how about you would name something after someone in a commemorative nature. As the other policies that is identified in here and some of the suggested changes really didn't highlight or really go deeper in terms of how or why you would use a commemorative naming rights aspect.
Councillor Parslow?
I'm glad you raised that point. I'm pleased that you raised that point because, the Memorial Arena is named for a reason.
Correct.
People can't give money, but they gave their lives. And I'm glad you covered that off, because I would, for many reasons, not want us to seek money to replace a building that's been built in commemoration of the service of people. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Can you give some examples of that? So just for example, Councillor Parslow already mentioned about the Memorial Arena. I agree with that, but is there in a vision where that Memorial Arena is brought to you by LMV Energy? Do you know what I mean? Where you're not changing the name of the building, but you're attaching.
I think that there are some, as part of your package, there is a document. It's called the City of Dawson Creek Naming Right Assets, and it was sort of a thorough and detailed scan of all the facilities and assets that the city has, and has their names associated to them. And there are some that have no names at all. One would be the curling rink, and the other one that is not has been formalized or anything would be the splash park. Those are two specific items that do not have a name associated to them. However, there is a long standing list of facilities that have been developed and paid for by others and then been donated to the city, and those names have been attached to them. So, for example, the Rotary Centennial Skate Park. So it was a Rotary initiative working with the city, et cetera, right? And so you have many of some of these initiatives that has been done throughout the community by others or in partnership, and then their names, get attached to these projects, which are great. And in a lot of cases, some of the name comes with the capital contribution, maybe, or the work that gets done to it. I think that there are some unique opportunities where, to your point, Mr. Mayor, is that there is already an existing name of a facility, but maybe an opportunity to stack a naming rights opportunity to it. And I'm going to be bold, and I'm not suggesting this is happening, but it's just for example and illustrative purposes, which is the Kin Arena. It could become the Tim Hortons Kin Arena. So you could stack a historic name associated to a facility and stack a corporate partner on top of it. Now, I would suggest that, and I'm going to pick on Tim Hortons because you're here, but is that I'm not sure that there are some facilities like the Memorial Arena that may not fit. And so I think that there's still, through this policy, the whole process of identifying the assets, but also you have the opportunity to make sure that there is a match between the asset and the corporate partner, or the asset and a commemorative naming rights partner to it as well. And it's the policy, I believe, expressly identifies that you have that sole right and opportunity. And I think that we can talk through some of those specific items within the policy.
And sorry,
Yes.
just one other thing, just on your list, so for example, I know, it's a pretty detailed list, but what about the cenotaph, for example? Would that be? I mean, obviously, the nature of that, you wouldn't name that, but that's a city asset, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
one was that?
The cenotaph.
cenotaph.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
thoughts, yeah.
I think that there's a bit of for me, from a personal perspective, that there's I'm going to say, an intuitive gut check that it's not going to be the Tim Hortons cenotaph with a.
No, yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? But I think that the policy gives you the, staff and may go through all this work or whatever it is, but I think as part of that, the policy outlines some of those steps and processes for you, and you ultimately have the final say as well. I think one of the things that's really important is that the cities, and we've seen this, right? Cities operating capital costs are increasing. There is an opportunity to utilize the naming rights may provide incremental revenues for the city of Dawson Creek, assisting in operational costs or shortfall in short or in long term. I think that it's important that finding those financial resources to fund capital reinvestment, expansion, or construction new facilities meets the community's demands is always a challenge. Staff feel an opportune time that sponsorship naming rights is a mechanism to generate additional revenues. And as I mentioned at the beginning, there are some existing city policies that do speak or sort of work with the naming rights policy. One is the recognition awards policy. So this policy speaks to how you recognize individuals who make significant contributions to the city. And it specifically states that council may withhold the naming rights, naming, if any, certain facilities for revenue generating opportunities. So that's an existing policy. So at some point, council was thinking about that. And there are three types in a way that you can identify these awards. And number 3 speaks to, in that recognition awards policy, that naming of a street, roadway, or municipal infrastructure after a recipient. And so one of the things that I'm suggesting is in the policy is that if you go ahead with the naming rights policy and the aspects of commemorative naming rights as it's identified, that we would ask to amend the recognition awards policy to use the naming rights policy, because it really breaks out some of the aspects around whether it be sponsorship or the commemorative naming rights. Parks dedication policy sort of works in conjunction with this, and then commemorative plaques policy as well sort of dovetails in to the naming rights policy. Sort of the meat and potatoes of the policy that's in front of you that I really want to highlight is really, there are two categories of naming rights that I believe that really make sense. We have sponsorship naming rights, which is really that financial transaction, and we have the commemorative side. And so the financial aspect that I've already spoke about really is where an external party provides goods, services, financial support in return of access of commercial or marketing potential associated with public display of an organization's name on a city facility, park, or structure for a fixed period. Whereas commemorative naming rights means a request of city-owned facilities granted to an individual, group or of individuals or family foundation or nonprofit organization in recognition of significant philanthropy or an honor or generally without financial consideration. And so when we, one of the things that we did not do in that list of assets is that just identifying, we do have some facilities or parks that are named after people. Or roads named after people. And so I think that's why it's important that the two items are put together and not two separate policies, that they do need to work together so that they're identified together. So we have two rights categories, sponsorship naming and commemorative, and then we roll into sort of three types or classes. So we have city facilities, which I think is pretty intuitive, which is rooms and spaces and features within buildings, such as ice pads, pools or physical structures within city parks, shelters, washroom, grandstands, playgrounds, facilities themselves. We have city parks. So this means developed and undeveloped natural areas within the city, parks, spaces, trails, green spaces, greenways, plazas, sports fields, etc. And then we have city structures. So this is include bridge, streets, roadways, reservoirs, and monuments. So within the naming rights policy, as a specific highlight, we have identified that the naming rights policy identifies where the city will not pursue sponsorship naming rights or commemorative naming rights. That is really the core city facilities, City Hall, Fire Hall, and the police station. The detachment would not have any naming rights opportunities. Facilities, parks, and structures that are not owned by the city and or on city facilities which city occupies the land where the building is owned by someone else. And we have a couple of properties or circumstances like that. The seniors hall, we own the land, but we don't own the building. Councillor Parslow?
Do you have a few more minutes to go through questions till the end?
I don't know, 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes.
Go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
So with the exception of the city of Dawson Creek, why wouldn't you give a naming right for the fire hall?
I would, from a sponsorship naming rights, no, we wouldn't call it the, Kenworth Fire Hall. I don't think it's, from my personal opinion, I don't think it's appropriate, and I don't think it's a common practice that happens in terms of putting a big Kenworth, I'm picking on Kenworth or ex-business on that. But I could see perhaps that if we had a fallen firefighter on duty pass away, that the fire hall or the detachment or even city hall could be named in a commemorative naming rights aspect.
So someone whose enterprise was saved by firefighters and wanted to donate $1 million to the fire hall in exchange for his name would be rejected.
Under this current policy or suggestion, yes. I think there may be other avenues within it and not necessarily the naming of the building per se, the fire hall, but there could be other aspects within the fire hall or signage within it, within the fire station, or other means within the fire hall where perhaps a donation could be made.
Second question, if I donate something to an arena, let's say pledged $500,000 over for each year for 10 years. Will that money be applied to the arena that I'm sponsoring, or will it be absorbed in the general revenue?
I will answer that in just 1 second.
Whilst you think for an answer?
So no, it's just
Ignore
later
that
on here in the section here.
Sorry, one
Yeah.
thing that just sparked something that Councillor Parslow said when he's talking about naming rights of the fire hall. Like, are we talking about like all of our assets? Like, what if somebody purchased one of the fire trucks and wanted naming rights on that, or that would probably be more specific one. I mean, somebody's not going to buy naming rights for a city truck, but I mean, we own a lot of other assets too. So
Yeah,
will that be covered in this?
No, we have not identified rolling stock, for lack of a better word, as part of a naming rights opportunity.
Okay. Thank you.
I think one of the things that's important is about renaming our facilities, potentially, which has sort of internally been discussed. So in the policy regarding renaming of existing facilities, that the following renaming an existing facility would be considered under the following conditions. There's no historic or legacy implications with the name change. The facility, park, or structure is not named after an individual, and there's no existing sponsorship naming rights agreements in place. So if there may be a facility that's already named, that these three aspects would give you exclude if you could rename those facilities.
Councillor Parslow.
Just throw out something else for consideration, or
Yeah.
in that is where an organization about 45 years ago gave $1,000 for the development of something. I'm trying to keep away from I can give you the details later. They had the naming, they got the naming right at that time, but have not, that's been the limit of the investment. So I think when you're looking at some historical stuff, you may want to look for the continuing support or something that maybe in 50 years ago was significant. In today's, it's nothing. If you get my drift.
I think so.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow.
Councillor Parslow brought up the dollars.
Just
Where
one
do they?
second, right?
Oh,
Councillor Don.
Thank you, Worship. And just going back to the fire hall there, what about, say, like the fire hall's training center? And somebody like say, JT Safety wanted to invest into our firefighters training program and wanted to do that. Would we consider that then? Because it's not specifically the fire hall, but it's a training facility then?
my initial reaction is possibly. I think at the end of the day, the policy is written that you still also have ultimate control of the naming rights of it.
Right.
I think that, from a forward-facing public entity of like Fire Hall, City Hall, the Detachment, putting a corporate brand on them is something that should be, in some cases, I think shouldn't happen. But the training center could be. I think it's a different animal.
Yeah, and I fully agree with City Hall and the Detachment, right? Just because the influence aspect of that. But I thought Councillor Parslow's point there about my business was saved by the fire hall, right? For example, like say Curtis York, right? Say his facility is fully saved and he wants to make $1 million donation to the actual fire hall. I think that would be something that we would have to look at a little bit because there's the significance of the situation, right, as well, right?
I think that there's lots of different opportunities. Now, whether or not, the name gets changed each time, right? If there's someone, whatever, or as the dollars could be help working with those people who are interested in donating. There might be a different way of perhaps doing that sponsorship naming rights, or they're just looking to make a donation saying thank you, and putting that money for something else. So I think each situation or circumstance could be looked at differently. Yeah.
Thank you, sorry.
No problem.
Councillor O'Donnell.
So as part of the policy, from a financial point of view, proceeds received from the naming rights, from the naming entity for sponsorship naming rights are to be used for the enhancement, capital improvements, or maintenance of the named facility and shall not be considered used as for operating funds. And the funds will be accumulated in the operating appropriated surplus and can be allocated out at any time with budget or council approval. So the intention is that with naming rights, it ebbs and flows, comes and goes. And from an operational, I believe that we shouldn't have an operational impact of, could be 10 or 20 or 30 or whatever the dollars is per year, that the money gets put away into a savings account for us to be used for those facilities or that facility to help when the time comes to do a roof or a structure or whatever it is, that those funds would be utilized for that or could be utilized for that.
Councillor Parslow.
I'm smiling, nothing to do with what you're saying, but I'm just having a flashback, right? I think you probably know, once upon a time I was very involved in the Anglican Church. I was the Archdeacon of the Diocese of Caledonia. And we had all sorts of funds, right, given for a whole bunch of different things. And when the cathedral needed money to stop it falling down, we couldn't touch those because they were all designated. Mm-hmm. Like stained glass memorial window, a whole bunch of things. Mm-hmm. And so I'm just saying, hey, we could end up with things being given to some specific projects, but we have a pressing need somewhere else, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm just, I'm not getting into a debate because it is a convoluted, complex issue. Yeah. And I appreciate what you've done in this policy. I'm just saying. Yeah,
I think our intention is not to say like this money is for the windows or the floor or whatever. It would be for the facility as a whole, right? And really that the funds is being, saved in a savings account, right, for, the city. So when we do have to replace a roof or there's a major renovation or a this or that or the other thing, that you could use those funds for that. But the intention is not to have these funds to be used for operational purposes because of the ebb and flow potentially of naming rights. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow.
I think some of the things, and that's the very high level of it. I think is important when you look at the policy is that this is for city-owned facilities, parks, structures, interior components. We're not looking to naming rights like, every door opener and stuff. We're talking like rooms. It might be the, a meeting room. It might be the building itself. It could be some, each locker room. It could be the slide at the pool brought to you by X, Y, and Z. Those are, I would classify as naming rights. I think that so I think there are significant opportunities out there, but there are significant, a lot of the city assets are already covered from those, from the list that I provided you. It talks about in the policy, starting on page 3 of the policy, the considerations or other considerations. So individuals convicted of a known crime would not be considered for commemorative naming rights. City will not use games of chance to conduct a naming rights aspect, right? So there won't be any games of chance. Donations of land or resources shall not constitute an obligation for naming rights, but may be considered. So I think that we've taken a bit of a high level perspective, but to give you some flexibility within the policy. The city will not relinquish any aspect to right to manage or control the park facility or structure through the agreement. I think that we have so many lease agreements where we have a nonprofit operator running it, and sometimes good for them that they go do some stuff, but this, I believe that this policy speaks that you will not relinquish any control. They still need to come back, ask for council's approval, and with your assistance to generate those dollars. But those dollars would stay with the city, not with the third-party operator, and it would stay in a savings account or, on there. So if you need to do the grandstands or whatever it might be, all those considerations are taken. And prior to any of your organizations or fundraising aspects, and someone wants to build a XYZ, that organization needs to come to council, say, hey, we're going to want to build this on your land and whatever it is, and we want to fundraise for it. We're going to call it XYZ project brought to you by whatever. They would need to come to an advance for that naming opportunity, not at the end. And so you, again, have that, I want to say that opportunity for the control at the beginning of the project, not at the end of the project.
I'm going to hold questions till the end, so if you want to just make notes of any questions.
You have final authority for the naming rights. There has to be agreements in place. It has to be written. It has to have a time frame to it. And no, you can still give naming rights in perpetuity, but it needs to be in a written agreement that states that, so there is a paper trail for council and administration to that. But our recommendation is not naming rights for perpetuity. Sponsorship naming rights in perpetuity. Commemorative naming rights may be something else considered. It's really sort of the high-level aspect of it, and then the detailed sort of list of your assets, from facility names, the amenities, and the opportunities of the ball fields, the parks and stuff, right? They all have a revenue aspect to it, or could have to it, and you already are naming facilities or structures, reservoirs, after people. So you do have this commemorative nature that you've already established. It's just now putting some sort of structure to that, or more robust structure to that process that you've already started. Would love any thoughts, questions, etc., so we can go back and tighten it up or loosen it up or whatever it is to come back for a final, or for an updated policy with your thoughts and considerations.
Thanks, Ron. Councillor Parcel.
Well, you've done a very thorough job. I can't help but think that my colleague who raised this issue, maybe he's amazed at the can of worms that was being now released, if you know what I mean by that expression.
Takes time,
Another consideration I think should be in the policy somewhere is you want people to be able to remember the name. There's so many names, right, that I see emerging. They're very lengthy, and people want a snappy, just like a tune should have a snappy title. I think we need to make sure that there's some care. And how are you going to handle the Indigenous history in our naming? This policy is silent about that. Mm-hmm. And I'm not trying to make it more difficult. I really mean it. You've done a great job here, but it is complicated. Mm-hmm. I would just plead if there is some Indigenous names that we also have an English name to it, because I'm just going to say this with the deepest respect, that all the names of the various bridges between the Charlie Lake turnoff on the Alaska Highway to Hudson's Hope I can't even hope to pronounce them. I just don't have the language. But you see in other places, it's the Indigenous name, and underneath it is the English name. I'm just throwing that out as something for for consideration. So it might involve the process. It might make sure we get the English with the Indigenous. I would just plead for that rather than just the Indigenous. But it's a big thing we can do in as part of our move to reconciliation. There was another point, but it's escaped me. I'll let somebody else speak. But
Thanks, Councillor
good
Parcel.
job, Ryan.
Kevin, I get the importance of this one, and I don't want to like curb the conversation, but we have an 11 o'clock person here that I don't want to go too long. So do we do this for a few more minutes and then come back, or do we?
Through your worship, I think, it's just your comments now. We're done on our end.
Okay.
I was just going to say it's important to remember this is your policy. So however council wants to take this back, think about it. And ultimately, like we've just provided some suggestions at this stage, but.
Yeah, well, and it's important too,
Yeah.
right? Like it can, yeah. Okay. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. And to Councillor Parslow's point, yes, I did not realize the can of worms we were going to open with this. The work that's gone into this is great. Thank you, Ryan, to you and your team and to everybody at the city. I think it's the one that jumps out at me that I never even considered is the grandstands at the exhibition. What a great thing to have naming rights for. That is really good. But Councillor Parslow's other point about the Indigenous part of it was also playing on my mind, and I think he summed it up greatly there, that there needs to be consideration there, but working in partnership again, right, where it's not strictly an Indigenous name, it's an Indigenous name with an English name, that it works truly together, right, in partnership. I think that is a wonderful point. And the only other thing I had, you talked about in perpetuity or timelines and that. I think we should have a minimum and maximum right in there, right off the bat, that, if you want naming rights, you have to take it for a minimum 3 years and a maximum of 5 or 7. And we have that right in there, right off the bat. Right, so somebody just doesn't want their name in there for 1 year, that they have to do it for a 3-year minimum.
Good comment.
Other than that, I think that is a wonderful, wonderful job. Thank you guys so much.
If I could, on the Indigenous side, I think that one of the aspects is that, from an internal perspective, we sort of see that as an commemorative naming rights. We have some parks and park spaces that are not yet named, right? And so from a commemorative sort of aspect, I think that makes all the sense in the world. We have some parks, and as a great and or bad example for you, which we'll talk about the signage guidelines forthcoming, but you have a park that's called Peace Park. The sign needs to be replaced as part of your signage guidelines, and some stuff coming forward to you here coming up. But we have Unchaga Court right behind you, and we have Unchaga Hall, and Unchaga means peace. And so is there any reason why that park is called Peace Park, but could it be called Unchaga Park and then Peace Park underneath, right? To illustrate perhaps what you're speaking of.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Just a couple questions. Thanks for the report as well. There's a lot of detail here, and definitely more than I was ever anticipating from just the original conversation about naming rights, but important. But I guess just on wasn't expecting parks and plaques and all the other things to be in there, but what changes to this and implementing something like this, is there some things that could come from some of the organizations on the back end of this, because we're going to be changing some policies. For example, you mentioned the curling rink, it's operated by a nonprofit organization. Does this would hinder them being able to do that? And do we have any current, nonprofits that operate, some that have maybe some naming rights or sponsorship that they have that help fund? This could impact in a negative way?
I think that, for the curling facility, right, it's the facility doesn't have a name, so that may or could impact that. But because there's no name naming rights associated for that facility right now. It's just the Dawson Creek Curling Club, but it could be called the Tim Hortons Dawson Creek Curling Center or whatever it might be, but it's the Dawson Creek Curling Club operates that on your behalf, right? And I think, again, the dollars going into a rainy day fund, for lack of a better word, is good for the city, but it's also good for the club as well, to make sure that the repairs, maintenance, et cetera, and upkeep and all those things for future is there. So I think that each one of these assets needs to be gone through. And, we've gone through the scan, pulling closed meetings and open meetings in terms of like, where and how did these names come about? And some of the information is really good and some of the information is really poor just from a historical record. And so I think there are some logical, easy wins to do, splash park, curling rink and a few others. And then might be some that might be a harder or a more difficult conversation to have in terms of what that might look like.
So furthermore to that, on nonprofits like figure skating or minor hockey who, have a score clock that's been sponsored or boards sponsored. So does this change any of that stuff?
No. So we're talking assets, streets, parks, facilities, and rooms within facilities. What we're talking about in terms of the dasher boards or score clock, that is forthcoming actually in terms of a reviewed advertising policy within the city. Two different things.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow?
Just further to some of the things that just been said, you use Peace Park. You need to learn the history of that park because the use of the word uncharted would not apply there. No. That's Rotary Club, world peace, not peace between two nations.
Got it.
So no, I don't want to. There could be a lot of upsets if we mishandle this, and so just have your radar out. And if we do anything prior to doing anything, the people who've been behind it need to be
100%
fully. I know. Just your example wouldn't work. That's all I'm trying to say, and you understand why I'm.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Any other questions? No. All right. Thanks again, Ryan, for putting that all together. Do we need a motion to adjourn? Or I can just, can I get a motion to adjourn? Councillor McDonald, second Councillor Kemp. I'll call that to vote.
Oh, yeah. Not up yet.
Vote is closed and it's carried. All right, I'd like to call the regular meeting of City Council for Monday, July 14th, 2025 back to order. Next order of business was 2.4. We have Staff Sergeant Hughes, Dawson Creek RCMP in attendance regarding detachment resource report for May and June 2025. Oh, I don't have any access to my screen. Morning, Staff Sergeant. Sorry about keeping you waiting a little bit.
No worries at all. Good morning, Your Worship. Thank you.
Good morning.
I heard you. So it's all good. All right. So we've got the reports from May and June. We'll just kind of go through them together. May staffing is irrelevant now because we're into July. So June staffing, we have one member on light duties working 40. He's working full time, but he's not operational. That's been going on for about 2.5 years. So that's nothing new. We have one member on administrative duties. I can't comment any further on that, unfortunately. We have two members that transferred out of Dawson Creek in June of 2025. So that leaves us with 4 constable positions that are vacant, and for July we're up to 5 vacancies. So we have one new member that graduated Saskatchewan training second week of June, and he has arrived here and suitably posted. He's quite happy to be here. He's going to be a good member, so I'm very happy about that. So I'll try and go through these together. I know that we're a little bit behind time. I'll try and make some of that up. So May, we had a total of 3,402 calls for service. up from 3308 same period last year, for last year for 2024. And now for June, we're up to 4120, and that's up from 4078. So not a huge difference. Last month was 3% increase. This is flattening out back to a 1% increase. The split between rural and the city seems to be consistent as it's been for the last two years, up and down a little bit, but nothing drastic. And as far as crime trends,
You don't have to be rushed. We're not, as far as time, we're good. So,
okay,
yeah.
thank you.
You're welcome.
As far as crime trends are concerned, theft of vehicles for May was down 31%, and we're steady at 30% for June. So we had 11 theft of vehicle in May and 6 in June. I don't know what to say other than I want to be very abundantly clear that we're not victim blaming. You should be able to leave your keys in the ignition and go in your house at night and not have your car stolen. Unfortunately, that's not the times that we live in. Thieves are opportunistic. They will use vehicles for traveling. They'll use them for crime. They'll use them to go and get what they need to get to sustain their lifestyle. The vast majority of these vehicles are newer vehicles. We're running out of older vehicles. They steal them and wreck them. But the vast majority of these are newer vehicles that have the keys left in them. Spare keys left in a glove box. So what happens is criminals, they'll walk along and they'll check door handles. And most newer vehicles now have proximity sensors in them. So if the key is within distance of the vehicle, you put your hand up underneath the door handle and it'll open the door. And they know that if that door opens, that the key is close enough that it'll start. So they're not even rummaging around looking for the keys in the vehicle. If the door opens, it will start. They get in, foot on the brake, hit the button, and away they go. And it's gone. We had 3 of them, I think, in a week, just at the end of June. So it's a problem. Doesn't make it right for them to steal vehicles, though. No. Theft from vehicle. We had a big spike earlier in the year. For May, we were up 115%. And June, we're flattening out to 80%. There was 5 in the month of June. Again, just leaving things in your vehicles, things that are in plain view. More and more people are out and about. The days are longer. You can see into vehicles. Shopping centers have more people in them. That type of thing. A good message for the public on this is if your vehicle's parked on the street or parked somewhere where somebody could have access to it, taking your insurance papers out, throwing them in the pocket in the back of your seat so they're still in the car with you, throwing them under a floor mat. They're in those plastic bags usually. Putting them under a floor mat in the back seat, somewhere that somebody can't readily get to them. And then when you park your vehicle, drop your glove box open and open your center console hatch if your vehicle is so equipped. People will come along. Our target demographic will see inside the vehicle that there's nothing in there worth taking, and they'll move on to the next vehicle. So just a little piece of advice that can help you hard target yourself a little bit. Break and enter to residents for May was down 42%. It's up. There was 10 of them in June, so that averages to a decrease of 33%. So decrease of 42, and then a decrease of 33 over the same period last year. So we like to see that. Our break and enters, again, same thing, a decrease of 76% in May over the same period last year, and a decrease to 65. So we went from 29, break and enters to business, we went from 29 last year for year to date in June to now only 10. So great effort on businesses hard targeting their businesses and our citizens groups, whether it's COPS or Rural Crime Watch or the CTA, or just the general public out keeping an eye out and making those phone calls. We get down to those unspecified assistance calls at the bottom. Again, people calling in and having police attend the area makes a big difference to these property crime offenses. Our assaults, so this is inclusive of all types of assaults, whether it regardless of the type or the severity, an increase of 17% in May, and then a spike again to an increase of 22% from 99 to 121 in June. again, the majority of these Dawson Creek doesn't see much for random assaults. These are primarily people that are known to each other and our target groups having conflict within themselves. And then it gets reported to us either through directly through them or through the hospitals or from EHS. Our sexual offenses for May were up 10.5%, and then this month they're up year to date to 30%. And that's an increase from 20 to 26, so 6 for the month of June. Some of these are, again, they're historical, and when we get, I can't comment directly on the file specifically, but when we get a file where there's a historic event and then more victims come forward, that's a new file for every victim. It's not, we don't take an accused person and attach all of those accusations to one single file. So 4 victims means 4 files. And that happens frequently with historic cases. Drug trafficking, drug possession, that will continue to rise. It's flattening out a little bit. They're working on other things with weapons. We've got some weapons charges coming against some of our people in town that I am looking very much forward to reporting those names once the information is laid and the charges are approved by Crown. But we're seeing a constant increase with Corporal Charles and his gang of GIS members. Maybe gang's not the best word. As soon as that came out, I knew what I did. So his team of GIS members, we'll call them, from 7 last year to 16 over the same period for June 25. Impaired alcohol. This is one of the only increases that we like to see. It was up 84%. For May and up 60% as it flattens out a little bit. But for June, we've gone from 45 last year to 72 this year. And that's, again, the efforts that we have being made by our frontline policing. And a couple of the members were aspiring to transfer to traffic, and one of them has just started July 1st, has gone to traffic. So that number will flatten out a little bit more. But it has a direct impact. You look at our motor vehicle collisions, down 6% in May, and down 12%. So the more enforcement that we do shows to pay dividends in collisions. Our theft and shoplifting increase of 15% in May, and then spiking up a little bit to an increase of 17% for 160 over the period last year for June to 188. We continue to have people coming from Fort St. John, people coming from Grand Prairie committing crime here. We get reports of things that are for sale that probably shouldn't be for sale, that we have no way of proving that they're stolen. So we can't seize them. But what it's showing, there's brands of particular tools and equipment that's being sold by certain individuals here in town that are carried at the big box stores that we don't have here. So what it's indicating is that people are stealing things from other communities and fencing them in the neighboring communities and trading them for drugs is most likely what's happening. I believe that we do need to keep people accountable, and the court system needs to step up a little bit on repeat offenders, and we're working the best we can with that. But as I've had the conversation with Councillor Parslow a couple of times, we have our mandate, and Crown and the judicial system have theirs, and I think we're all doing the best with what we have, best we can with what we have. Our mental health files continue to increase, 36% increase in May, and then flattening out, 28% increase in June. 300 files last year to 384. Again, this is a massive drain on our police resources. There's entities that are better equipped to deal with the mental health crisis that we are dealing with, but they're just not existent. So I don't know what the solution is with that. It's been suggested the car 68 or car 62, or there's different communities have a different name for it, and that's the mental health nurse riding with a dedicated member. So I don't know if there's ever an appetite for that with the city. Northern Health would have to be on board. There's city funding. It would not be. It would be a significant financial endeavor to go after something like that. You'd need the vehicle, and then the cost of a new member, I believe, is 1.25%, maybe 1.5% per new member, and then plus the Northern Health component for to have a nurse on staff. But it is a huge drain on resources. These are usually 2-member responses, sometimes 3, and these are everything from children to elderly people. Anytime there's a mental health component, these files are scored here. Unspecified assistance, touched on that a little bit before. Decrease of 9% for May, and a decrease of 3% for June. So we're kind of flattening out to about the same points where we were last year. Moving into our unhoused community files. For May, we had 22 files recorded in the month, and for June, there was 12. Citizens on Patrol, we keep liaising with them. They don't do any meetings through the summer, so there's nothing going on until September. Corporal Eitenbosch, Corporal Cruz have been assisting with those groups and continuing to make progress. Our violence suppression efforts, Dawson Creek keeps moving forward with our violence suppression team overtime initiative. Uniform gang enforcement team from Lower Mainland, they haven't been here in a little bit. There was some talk, the last time they were here, there was a news article that came out, and I believe they said there was 31 arrests that were made. And a little bit of confusion on what that looks like and what actually happened. So that was 31 individual arrests and potential charges for different vehicle stops where they seized guns, drugs, and money. It wasn't 31 charges. Those charges haven't been laid as of yet. I haven't heard a report back from them to find out how many of those 31 are going to charges or where they lie. That will come at some point. But there was some confusion that came up here and arrested and put 31 people in jail and laid 31 charges. So there's 31 different investigations corresponding to their last deployment here, if that clears that up a little bit. And other than that, we don't have anybody new identified coming into the detachment. Again, there's 5 current vacancies. Our GIS section is full. We will be taking one resource out of that throughout the summer and putting them to the front line as needed and required so that people can go on their much needed vacations and holidays. Our ATV initiative, we've started that again. Casey Charles, the corporal from GIS, is coordinating that again as he did last year. We're running that right out of the airport this year. So we'll extend those patrols how they go rather than taking space from the city. So I very much appreciate the offer this year to have that space here right close to the detachment. But I know space is valuable for everybody. So we're going to try that this year and see what works better. And then perhaps next year, if having them here works better, then we'll go back to that if that's good with the city. I think that's all I have. Hopefully there's some questions.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much. I'll open up to questions here. Councillor Parslow.
My colleague, Councillor MacDonald, may want to assist me with this. We attended Pemmican Days at the Saulteaux First Nation. And it was Treaty Day as well, and the traditional RCMP, they have a role there, and they issued $5. At the actual opening, the sergeant there, who my colleague knew her. I had never met her before, a delightful lady. They presented to the Saulteaux First Nation a coin, specially minted for the occasion. And they have one probably made out of silver that's given to the nation, to the chief, to be held for the nation. And then there's about 150 of them. What I saw there was really something which was well executed. She made an excellent speech. But it made me think about something. There's some differences between Chetwynd Detachment because they have 2 First Nations close by. We don't, but we do have a high Indigenous population. If I include the Métis in that general statement. But this September, we have the largest gathering, potentially the largest gathering of an Indigenous people at the 3-day event at Oventive. And I was just thinking, because you two guys chat to each other a lot, and we've talked about, is there a role in this Indigenous services component of the RCMP to be involved in something with our Indigenous groups here in town? We've got various Métis organizations. We have the Narratan and so on. So it's just a thought that there's an opportunity. Something big is happening here. I'm told it's the largest gathering ever in the Peace Country that's potentially happening here. And I would like to see what I saw in Chetwynd was quite moving and very significant. And it was the chief's words, Chief Rudy's words to the RCMP were powerful as well. Well, we have a great detachment here, great leadership. I just think there should be some conversation, possibly with former Mayor Bumstead, who's, I think, organizing that event in part. Is there something we can do that's appropriate? It's very different. We do not have a First Nation here that's involved with the detachment. We certainly have lots of First Nations organizations. It's just a passing thought. Do you want to add anything to that, my friend?
Councillor MacDonald?
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. We've discussed that before, right? That the opportunity is going to come in front of us as a city to just make a statement of reconciliation or something like that with maybe a commemorative coin or something like that. I know I'm going to blow her last name, but Sergeant Winnice Antonio mentioned that was a 3-year collaboration between
in the design
the design of that coin between herself, the IPS representative, and the Saulteaux First Nations themselves too, right? So there was a lot of thought and time that went into that coin, right? But I do believe, right, there is an opportunity there for at minimum us as a city to make do something in regards to a statement of reconciliation at the gathering, the upcoming gathering. Absolutely.
Thanks, Councillor.
My second point, quite different. Mental health and the drain on resources. Some communities have what they call their municipal employees. They're called safety officers. They're basically part of bylaw, I think. And you know, one of the things that irks me is the fact that this is a big drain, but I just want to offer a thought. You know, the real must be a real pain for the members. They accompany somebody to the hospital and they can be there for hours, correct?
Correct.
Yes. Wouldn't it be good if we had some way that meets all the requirements? I'm not a details guy in this. That we had some people who were on hand, available, should an officer be trapped at the hospital beyond, let's say, 30 minutes. I'm just making that time up. They would be could be auxiliaries, they could be community safe, but they're there to take over from the RCMP member who's away from all the other things that are happening, to be with that person before the healthcare people are available. It might be a good way of relieving the bottleneck, and it might not be, I'm not saying they'd be, I use the word auxiliary, don't jump to auxiliary RCMP,
Right.
although it could be. I see them as paid, on call, and I think we should explore that. I do know, because of my daughter's work in Penticton, that they have quite a few what they call safety officers. Am I the right terminology, Kevin? Yeah. I'm not, and it's for a different reason, and I don't know if they do what I'm describing, but I'm just thinking, you know, this issue of the drain on your manpower is it solvable by having some support people who receive some training, whatever's necessary, but they can take over. The responsibility can be transferred to these people. As I say, I'm not getting into the details, but I think we should explore the concept. Because look, there's 5 vacancies, right? So they've already got a big enough problem with dealing with that, but then somebody's stuck there for 4 or 5 hours, right? I mean, there has to be a way of relieving the pressure. That's so I just thought maybe staff and yourself can think about that, because it might be a budgetary item, but I think it might be doable, because we'll be using resources that, or manpower that are here that could be used in that respect, right? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor McDonald?
No, thank you, Worship. I was going to comment on the 5 vacancy as well. You've been here before and mentioning that recruitment efforts for E Division were actually considerably up previously and compared to years past. Is that not true anymore? Is recruitment down overall for the force in BC right now?
So thank you, through your worship. Recruitment is still going steady. 60% of our potentials are coming out of Lower Mainland. And with the cost of living and everything else that's going on in the world right now regarding finances, most people are choosing to stay at home. Young adults are staying at home longer. More and more multi-families in one house because of, simply because of the cost of living. So to give that up and leave the Lower Mainland is very difficult for some people.
Right.
So that's 60% of our applicants wanting to stay in the Lower Mainland. We're trying to, for retention, we're trying to keep those people. So they did do, last year they started a From the North to the North campaign. So that is still going on. We have, I think there's 3 people that are identified. 2 are at depot right now, and 1 is scheduled to be going to depot. Depot is training in Saskatchewan, for those that don't know. Mm-hmm. So of those 3, we should be getting those 3 back here in Dawson Creek. But again, it's 6 months of training. 2 are there and 1's not.
Just the timing.
So it's a timing thing, and it's, how fast can we get them through? So typically, recruiting is running about 18 months. And with the fast tracking From the North to the North, they're trying to get that under 3 to 4 months, and it looks like they're being successful with that. So, so that it is helping. There's light on the horizon. The Earth just isn't spinning fast enough.
Right.
So
okay, I was just curious because with us going to UBCM in September, was there an opportunity for us to talk to Attorney General or anybody else about the need for proper recruitment for the North further? But if you say it's slowly working.
It's slowly working. Trying to recruit anybody to the Northern BC, whether it be doctors or nurses, professionals, police, anything. It's hard. It's a hard sell.
Yeah.
I've had some conversations with the mayor. about that with in other professions. So hopefully that pans out. But I would like, if I have the opportunity, just to go back to Councillor Parzo's comments. I made some notes. In regards to Chetwin and Sergeant Antonioni, again, those coins took 3 years to make. It was a big endeavor, and I did have the pleasure of meeting with Mr. Bumstead last week and have given him some proposals for RCMP involvement in that. It's September 18th to the 21st. It runs at the Oventive. So I've given him some proposals, some things to take to the nations, and ask their permission and see what they want of the RCMP. Part of reconciliation for us is not dictating, hey, we'll do this. It's what would you like us to do, is the question that I put forward. I've got some ideas. I'll keep those to myself until one or none of them are approved and see how that goes. But it was a pleasure to meet with him last week. We spoke for about an hour regarding the event and how things are planned to go and what we can do as our organization to the local RCMP and participate and support. So hopefully soon I'll have a report back on that. And as far as the safety officers, the community safety officers, I know in Alberta, they have a lot more powers than a community safety officer in British Columbia. They are specifically working at the hospitals in a capacity such as that. Our mental health files, most of them are under the jurisdiction of the British Columbia Mental Health Act. So that's provincial legislation, which is different than Alberta, obviously. And when we apprehend somebody under the Mental Health Act, by legislation, we are obligated to maintain conduct of that person until they are certified or not certified by a qualified physician. So there's some rules where some nurse practitioners can make that assessment, but for the most part, we don't have the doctors here in Dawson Creek when there's other emergent things going on. And we've had meetings with the hospital. I don't want to get too deep into the weeds because they're not here to speak on their behalf. But there's a resourcing issue at the hospital. There's a resourcing issue with doctors, nurses, RCMP, EHS, fire, everything. So there isn't an opportunity under current legislation to drop somebody off and say, here, this community safety officer can look after this person. Until that legislation is changed provincially, we're obligated to take that person. And unfortunately, sometimes it's 45 minutes and sometimes it's 4 or 5 hours. And in rare occasions, it's 6 or 7 hours that we're maintaining continuity of a person until they're seen by a qualified psychological physician.
So thank you for that information. So that spawns something for us maybe to seek some changes in the Act. We, as Councillor MacDonald said, we will meet with a number of ministers, and maybe we can use the information you can provide to our staff, because we would could raise that with appropriate ministers, could we not? We're not. Are we meeting with who? Who have we said we're meeting with?
We haven't got any requests back yet.
Okay, well,
Attorney General and Solicitor.
So it's Section 28 is the section where we apprehend people, and then there's different. There's Form 4, Form 7, Form 21 warrants, director's warrants, and that all lays out those sections of the Mental Health Act that lays out what we have to do. There are sections of the Mental Health Act where we can just drop somebody off. We're obligated to return them to the nearest designated facility, and we can go and drop them off. Here you go, thank you very much, and away we go. But what happens is the person isn't obligated to stay, and then when they run out the door, then the hospital calls us because the warrant wasn't satisfied, and we have to go and find them again. So typically we're staying with the patient or the client until they're seen. So that is an event where a safety officer could sit with them. But again, we don't have those. So that is somewhere that system would help.
Well, I think, we should raise this issue because it isn't just Dawson Creek, it's everywhere where the police resources are bottled up by something that I'm just seeing there's a bit of could be a relief valve if we have other people who you can transfer authority for doing that work.
Correct.
So what do you do when the emergency ward is closed? Does that affect you at all?
When they're on diversion, then we have to go to Fort St. John.
Really?
So it's an hour and 10
Yeah,
travel
sure,
each way.
sure.
So that's one of our members out of the community as well.
So like today? The
If-
hospital's
if
on
we- if we-
diversion today?
If we have that situation, then we're going to Fort St. John today.
Yeah,
And if Fort St. John's over capacity, then we're going to Grand Prairie.
yeah. Incredible.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion? Lots of good dialogue. I just wanted to thank you for coming in, but thank the team there. I know, I mean, not always great to see increase in numbers, but lots of these are from the team that you have, right, and the work they've been doing. So that's nice. And then, you know, being short-staffed, and I know it's been busy the last little bit, so we definitely appreciate what you're doing. And I mean, as always, if there's things that we can, absolutely do to advocate to help, then that's what we're here for. So, and
Very good. Thank you, Your Worship. One thing to that I'll point out, you know, I made the comment in regards to the impaired driving and the increased enforcement in that, and seeing that increase shows dividends in the collisions. So that's a public safety piece. The drugs. So there's this vicious circle of supply and demand, and you know, somebody with a $400 a day fentanyl habit is not getting that from social services or welfare or, you know, some other social program. They're getting the money to do that from crime, and that's stealing things from people's vehicles and stealing vehicles and that type of thing. So when we're seeing decreases in theft of vehicle and break and enter people's homes and break and enter to people's businesses, part of that is people hard targeting their own property, but a lot of that too is Dawson Creek RCMP putting the bad guys in jail, and we have a number of them in jail right now. Some of them that are out have ankle monitors on, so they are have tabs being kept on them. So some of the increases, like the drugs and the impaired driving, namely, those increases in enforcement and charges show dividends in the reduction in our property crime and related offenses. So while not all increases are good, some of them are.
yes,
So,
yeah,
thank you for that, Your Worship.
yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, thank you.
That's it? That's all?
Yeah, I think
No
so,
more
yeah.
questions?
Yeah, I think we're good.
Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good day.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you. Enjoy the day. Right, next order of business is 2025 strategic priority chart. I don't know if there's a new update, any questions or anything from you, Kevin, on those? Anything from council? No, all right. Next 4 late items, or any late items? No, 5 new councillor business. Okay. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. As Councillor Parslow has mentioned already, him and I had the opportunity to go out to Soto First Nation and attend the opening ceremonies and the parade and the grand entrance at Pemmican Days, and we just wanted to congratulate them on a very successful event. It was extremely well attended. Amazing community involvement. They have a beautiful new grandstand built with pemmican grounds that have been leveled and sawed, with stands built. Just a wonderful weekend of cultural appreciation with dancing and drums, and just it is so amazing to go out there and immerse yourself in it and get a true appreciation for how strong and amazing our local nations are. Whether it is Soto, Westmo, Doig, every one of our nations around Treaty 8 are just such a pleasure to share these lands with and be neighbors with. And I just congratulate them all, and especially Soto, for wonderful Pemmican Days. And just a huge thank you for them welcoming us and letting us observe and be involved. It was really, really enjoyable.
Perfect. Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Any other new councillor business?
Yeah.
Councillor Parslow?
Just from the world of art, encourage staff and fellow council members to look at the show in Dawson Creek right now. It's a membership show, so these are all Dawson Creek and immediate area artists, and it's an excellent show. For my discerning eyes, and I even bought a piece there, so there's plenty of other pieces to buy. But it's a very, very good show.
Sorry,
And
where
the
did you
oth-
say it was at?
Pardon?
Where
Dawson Creek Art Gallery.
Oh, the art gallery, okay.
The art gallery.
Sorry, I missed that.
The opening was this Saturday, and it's something that I would recommend you have a look at what's been done in the area. There's been an influx, actually, of people to our community who are practicing artists, and there's at least 4 exhibited in this show. They've moved in for other work or partners work. I want to publicly thank the Northern Lights College as president of the Peace River chapter of Federation of Canadian Artists. We held a workshop here in Dawson Creek. I was determined we were going to have a workshop in Dawson Creek. We usually have to go to Fort St. John or Grand Prairie. I was hoping that we would have a facility that we could use in one of our facilities that are there to support the arts, but that was not possible. I held out to the last minute. And then my backup was dealing with travelers, the Sudeten Hall. And so I want to thank the college. The college provided us at pretty short notice excellent support and found a place for us. And so the artists who were from Fort St. John, Alberta, and there was one artist from Dawson Creek, my wife, but that's irrelevant. The college really accommodated us very well, and it just it's great. You know, the college had a great presence at Pemmican Days, and I think the culture at the college, we should see them as good partners for things that we might have in mind. And I think we at some time need to crystallize the partnership opportunities we have with the college. Good people, and they're well grounded in our community. Yeah. So it was a great workshop, and the presenters were from Sunshine Coast, and their image of our peace area was new, and they were just amazed at the variety of topography and what we had here. You know, they'd never ventured forth into this area. But I want to thank the college. Did a great job for us. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Any other new councillor business? Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. I just want to send out a congratulations to our Mile Zero Cruisers Car Club for an amazing car show weekend. Last I had heard, they had over 350 registrants to the car show, and if you had the opportunity to go down there, downtown was absolutely packed. I'm sure there was easily a couple thousand people down there, visiting local businesses, interacting with our firefighters. Just an all-around great weekend, and going by the top 10, people from Smithers, Chilliwack, Alberta, all over coming to this town to our car show, and it's truly a great event for us to have in this community.
Absolutely. Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Apollonio?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a shout out of thank you to the Bessie Foundation. We had a great time for the Carter's project. Of course, some city staffs were there, so we had fun doing our own filter or purifier, and it is really informative and very helpful to us, especially Dawson Creek is now part of their monitoring system for the air monitoring system. So thank you for the Bisilang Foundation.
Thank you, Councillor Apollonio. Any other new councillor business? No? All right. Next order of business is adoption of minutes. 6.1 minutes of regular meeting of council, held on June 23rd, 2025 for adoption. Councillor Kemp, second Councillor Apollonio. Call that to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. Any business arising? All right, next correspondence, 8.1, we got an engagement paper from the Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch regarding liquor to go background and questionnaire. Councillor Parslow?
I move that we receive this for discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. I have a second. Councillor Apollonio, we'll call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
So my reading of the questionnaire and the letter and stuff is that with the accommodations made during COVID, whereby people who sold food could also sell liquor, that has negatively impacted retail that just exclusively sell liquor. There's a problem. And that also some people now are going to restaurants just for the liquor rather than the food. So yeah, I understand the issue, but I just don't know how we as a council can, do we have information that we can fill in this questionnaire from an informed basis? Because I'm quite willing, if somebody is informed about this, to say let them fill that in on behalf of council, but I have no information that I could share on this. I understand the problem, and I appreciate with them sending this out, but do we have information that we can use to fill this questionnaire in an informed way? I don't think we do.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think this was also sent to anybody that holds a liquor license in BC as well, too.
Yeah.
So I think they're just covering avenues, and if my guess is they've sent it to council because we are the conduit to people. So if we have the information, we could pass it on. But I don't know, like maybe Janice or Tab, I don't know if you have anything to add.
Through your worship, to Councillor Parslow's question, which is a very good question, there isn't much background on this, and I do believe UBCM has a working group on this. So if council is interested, perhaps in the upcoming meeting, staff could work towards having some additional information, and perhaps council could have a working session on trying to answer those questions if they so wish to do so.
Yeah. So would you need some direction if that was the case? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there any other discussion on this? No? Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. I think the corporate officer had a great suggestion there, and I'd like to make a motion that we go ahead with having staff bring back a collection of information for us to have a working session in our next meeting in regards to this questionnaire that we've received from BC Liquor.
No second, Councillor Kemp. Any discussion on that? Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, I don't recall, but are there timelines by which they would that accommodate an August meeting of council?
Through your worship, no, it wouldn't. So if council's okay with it, we could bring something forward to the special for additional information, because the submission to the province is due August 7th.
I think that's fine. You don't need anything changed in that recommendation, no? Okay. All right. Any other discussion? No? I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed, and it's carried. All right, I'm just gonna break for lunch here, so we'll recess for
It's lunchtime
half an hour.
already.
July 14th, 2025, back to order. Next order of business is 8.2. We have a letter from Oleg Kuklishyn, owner of YETI Riding and Driving School, received on July 4th, 2025 regarding parking lot permit fees. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to make a motion that we receive this for discussion.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Second, Councillor Apollonio. I will call that to vote. Vote is closed. Just before I open that up, just to the corporate officer tab, do I need to, like on something like this, do we need to have a motion for discussion, or can we just, we can almost discuss it first, or is that proper to?
Yeah, a motion for discussion is
Yeah.
appreciated.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Councillor McDonald. Any discussion? Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just hoping that maybe city staff could give us a little bit more background on this situation as well.
Yeah, so through Your Worship, I'll maybe let Ryan speak to it if that's all right, because he's got the background on the addition to the fees and charges and just how it came about.
Thank you, through Your Worship, to Councillor McDonald. So as part of, I'm going to say, last year's fees and charges review, there's a number of things that came up. And through that was some of the requests for our parking lots and some of the other aspects and the changes within the fees and charges bylaw. So specifically for this requester, the parking lots, is that these parking lots are booked for exclusivity, so no one else can use them. It's for their use, for their time period during that. Often we get requests as well for a street sweeper to go through and street sweep the parking lot. So these additional resources of exclusivity, cleaning and preparation, et cetera, all come at a cost, right? And so the costs that was identified within the fees and charges, were identified as they are now, May 25, so we're at $51 for use up to 6 hours. And it's whether it's for a private use or even a Crown agency like ICBC, anyone who's looking for exclusive use and additional resources like, the street sweeping or whatever it might be, there is a cost to that. And so that's where this was put in place for that. Now, there are lots of other parking lots within the community, but and even not, some of our parking lots in a lot of circumstances are really open, or I'm going to use the word free for the public to use whatever, but because of the exclusivity aspects to it, the street sweeping and all the other costs associated to it, these fee structure was put to it.
Thank you, Ryan. I maybe have some questions, I guess, in my own fault for when we went through the fees and all those charges, that I didn't catch parking lot fees in there. It was a fairly big document, but it definitely something I didn't catch. So this is the first that it's been brought to my knowledge. But I understand that a little bit, but I also think about, we have Rib Fest, we have the Rotary Parade that takes up our parking lots, we have their kids' little parade that they do on the Thursday. So are we going to start charging for all these organizations to use parking? And if so, and if we're not okay with that, how do we go back and change the fees and bylaw?
Yeah, through Your Worship, this is a business. Those other ones you mentioned are service groups. This is a private business. So that really is quite a difference. Of course, for Rib Fest or for a kiddies parade or any of that, of course, we're not going to do that. But this is a business that is using public infrastructure, wants to book it, and wants it at a certain standard to make a profit. So if somebody was coming into our ice arena and wanting to book a certain time, we charge them. They come to the pool and want a certain time and exclusivity, we charge them. This is just a different facility. And again, if they didn't want to book it and they didn't want it swept, it would be no issue. They'd just show up and use it and everything would be, if it was available, they'd just use it. But they're calling, asking for exclusivity, and would like it at a certain standard. All we're saying is, I think the prudent thing from a public perspective is that we at least recover some costs.
So I guess just to that, food trucks or Rib Fest is a profit business.
But it's put on by a service group that is approved by council.
Well, yeah, I get that, but it's still so saying if this organization had a nonprofit that put on a driving school, because he's still profiting on a different way, then
Yeah.
that would be acceptable.
Well, like I said, from our perspective, this is a business owner that's come to us and asked us for this. He didn't come to council and ask for it, like Rotary does, and council's fully aware of when that comes, of who's going to be there, there's going to be a beer gardens, and that there's a money-making opportunity. And council approves that, and that's fine. It's a bit of the greater good. But in this particular case, this is a business, so that's just how but if council wants to change it, we can amend the bylaw and certainly change it.
Well, and I understand that. I think this is new. That's why he didn't come to council.
Yeah.
For one. Two, this is some consequences that came with changing the fees and permits that we didn't foresee.
Yep.
So, Councillor Parslow?
So what is the fee?
So for 6 hours, it's $50, and if it's beyond 6 hours, it's $100.
It's 400?
100.
100.
If it's beyond the 6 hours.
It's not mentioned in this letter that what the fee is.
I think the gentleman mentions that it will be an additional $200 a weekend, because I believe they come in and book it for a Saturday, Sunday. Obviously,
yes,
they're for
okay.
more than that. Yeah.
$200 per weekend.
Yep.
So how was the cost determined? How was the fee determined?
Yeah.
What were the inputs that led to this figure?
Through
Do
your
you
worship.
remember? It's a long time ago you said it.
Yeah, through your worship, I think there's a number of factors that go into it. So there's a staff time from the staff of the phone call comes, the booking of it, and you're coordinating with Public Works, and so it's all that side of it. And then it's the cost of the street sweeper to go through, right? Before that, now, depending on the time of the year of the request, the street sweeper might be out in an area, right, that we
Yeah.
can offload to get to that, and if not, then it would be a special, you can call it trip or arrangement that would be done. And we also looked around other aspects of our business and around the region as well. And that's how we determined the fee of $50 up to 6 hours, and then anything after that would be the 100.
The writer makes an assertion that he will not charge the extra $50, right? Well, that's a business decision, isn't it? $200 doesn't seem to be much at all. So I'm not persuaded to not change anything.
Are you done, Councillor Parslow?
Sorry.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. With the insight, not realizing the insight of our special request to have the parking lot swept, an exclusivity, those are all drains on our tax dollars. That's staff time to go out there, sweep it, maintain it, give him the exclusive use of it. No, I'm sorry, but there should be fees involved in that. I completely agree. I agree with our CAO that if he was willing to take a chance at any parking lot and go set up his cones out there, right? But when you're asking us to go out of our way to provide you a service, and that there should be a fee involved in that. And I agree with Councillor Parslow. I'm not persuaded to change the fee structure.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Apollonio?
Thank you, Worship. I'm reading the letter, but is there any reason how come he cannot add the $50 for his students? Or so there's it's his choice.
Be his choice, yeah.
Yeah, but I said, yeah, the same here. Because if this, I know money is tough right now, but if he likes to stay in the business, at least he will be also considering adding some $50 maybe, or just 25 maybe, I'm not sure, just to be afloat. I appreciate, because I think I normally see them on the parking lot, and yeah, they're doing great, but yeah, they're using city facilities, so.
Thank you, Councillor Antonio. Any other discussion? No? All right. Next order of business, 8.3, letter from Murray Pratt, President, Dawson Creek Exhibition Association, received on July 7th, 2025, regarding a request for letter of authorization for liquor license for the 2025 exhibition in Stampede. Councillor Parslow.
I move we grant a letter of authorization as per his request.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Second, Councillor Kemp. Any discussion? No? I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 8.4, we have a letter from Melissa Love, Communications and Engagement Manager, City of Dawson Creek, received on July 7th, 2025, regarding 2025 UBCM Community Excellent Awards resolution request. Councillor Parslow.
I move that we approve the requested resolution as presented in the report, which reads, the Council supports the application to the 2025 Community Excellence Awards for the Excellence in Service Delivery category for the initiatives and projects that the City has been working towards to support the attraction and relocation of healthcare professionals to Dawson Creek, BC.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Second, Councillor Kemp. Any discussion? Just want to thank Melissa and her team for putting this together, and also I believe it was Councillor McDonald for catching this in the UBCM as well. So yeah, so thank you to both. So all right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, I just have a conflict on 9.1, so I'm just going to remove myself.
Okay. So under reports, 9.1, report number 25-099 from the corporate officer regarding renewal of ATM license agreement, Jade Cash ATM Incorporated. Could somebody read the... I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm learning. So, Councillor Parslow.
I would like to move the recommendation, the report number 25-099 from the corporate officer, renewal of ATM license agreement Jade Cash ATM Inc. be received. Further, that Council waive Section 2A of the Consumer Price Index policy, which states that an annual 2% increase will be applied to all contracts, agreements, or other fees in order to authorize staff to enter into a 4-year agreement ending December the 31st, 2028, between the City and Jade Cash ATM Inc. for the operation of an ATM at the Memorial Arena at a flat rate of 60 cents per transaction.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Any second? Okay, Amy. And any discussion? Ano? Yes, vote? No? Okay, we can vote. Okay, all in favor for, and thank you very much. Thank you. That's a good start.
Well, we could dispense with the mayor, just keep running the show.
See how smoothly that went?
I'm shivering. No, just kidding. And thank you very much for Ashton. And no, I just want to say thank you to Ashton, to Janice, and of course our wonderful corporate officer for training me last Friday. Thank you.
Business is 9.2. We have report number 25-103 from the Community Culture and Recreation Manager regarding Community Partners Program. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to move that report number 25-103 for the Community Culture and Recreation Manager regarding Community Partners Program be received. Further, the Council approve the updated Community Partners Program for implementation as presented using a fee-based funding model for the park bench and tree dedication programs. Further, that the Adopt a Park program be implemented with an annual honorarium provided to participating individuals or groups as part of the community cleanup campaign.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Second, Councillor Apollonio. Discussion? I had a few comments on this, probably just more clarification. It was a big report and went through a lot of it, but just like the Adopt a Park, I guess, like I feel like it makes sense to me, and like the whole program, I understand that. I'm just wondering, like, if there's implications to like any, or putting any barricades in for other ones that we mentioned earlier, that there's a few parks that are privately maintained, and I know a bit of this is about the protection. I'm just wondering, like, by adopting something like this, does it, you know, for Lepke Park, for example, does this add more to them? Like, or what does that mean? What's the...
Sure. So through your worship, so good question. So this doesn't really change anything that's going on, except though in 2000, when the program was sort of collapsed, some of the parks were still adopted by the park caretakers, and they've just continued on. And the program has sort of just fallen to the wayside. And so as part of your strategic priorities, right, of a community partners program, you know, staff went back, looked at it, pros, cons, what worked, what didn't work, and all that. And that's what you see here, which is really the continuation on and maybe reformalizing the relationship of really the two parks and one sort of outdoor facility, which is Lepke Park, taken care of and maintained by the Lepke family in terms of the mowing. And we help this year, right, through some of the strategic priority funding, right, to help maybe give it a boost to bring it back a little bit. The other would be the Kirkpatrick family and the sort of Kirk Park. They maintain that park. And then we have the Canalta Outdoor Rink, which is taken care of by volunteers, which was done 2 years ago. I think one of the things is that in recognition of all the work that they're doing in it, mowing and whatever it might be, one of the things, as we've discussed internally, was they do it out of for the community, but you know, over the years, I think it was gloves, the garbage bags, and some of other aspects sort of stopped in terms of giving them some of those basic tools. They're sort of out of pocket for those items, but maintaining the park for the community. And so one of the things as part of this is, you know, Kirk Park, not Kirk Park, but the Kirk family who's adopted the park, and the Lepke family who's adopted Lepke Park, and the volunteer group who takes care of Canalta, is that they would be part of the community cleanup, in that they would receive an honorarium. I think it's $200, and you know, gloves and garbage bags and stuff. So a small token of our appreciation for the amount of work that they're doing within those facilities on our behalf, for us on our behalf.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate that clarification. So, and then the other part, I can't remember in there where it talked about park benches and trees, just being fees associated with that. I know just last year, I think it was Peace Park, we had some dealings with just about like the trees being planted there. So they asked about that being included. So would that mean we would be then charging that organization for replanting trees?
Yeah. So
in their area?
So going forward, if this approves, staff would go out and sort of formalize that. I'm going to call it the brochure and the process and all that sort of stuff to do park benches through the community, and we would identify some key locations where it's missing, et cetera. But also, as we all know, we have our trees, the beavers have done a great job. Our trees are old, which is fine, but they're starting to die off. Is that creating an adopt a tree program and identifying certain locations and creating groves or areas that's a benefit to help offset some of the community aspect of what the city would pay for benches and trees, and it supplements that. As it relates to the trees over in Peace Park there, where we have a tree, whatever, that is not a necessary adopt a park aspect as it is now, but very well could be where Rotary, I'm picking on Rotary, could adopt that area and help maintain and take care of that. Currently, right now, that is a function of the city, and the trees that are planted there represent each province, et cetera, and our horticulturalist is looking at different ways to plant, something that represents each thing. But every time we plant, I don't know, a cedar tree, I'm making the type of tree up, it's not going to survive in our climate. So we want to make sure that we're not going back every year after year and replacing trees, because the tree's not going to survive. So I think that we got to find other means, or maybe it's a shrub or something to help work through that, so it's not an ongoing issue.
So just to clarify, this is more for, maybe I think I misunderstood it, but more for like if somebody wants to, donate some trees to a park,
Yes.
this is what the fee is, and then we'll
Correct.
plant the trees.
We are already doing this
Yeah, okay.
from an operation. We get some people, who are not from the community, their family member passes away and they would like to do a memorial bench or, plant a few trees in memory of. And so, and that's just one side of it. And I think that this is a great way to legitimize or put a framework to it for us to capture that information, do it. We also, though, currently have, since the program was stopped, there are a pile of signs around the community that are all faded out that says community partners, and some of those organizations don't exist anymore, the beautification committee. And so as part of this, I think is going to hopefully clean it all up for us to get a new database or program and sort of just be able to manage what's sort of already going on. So it's just maybe providing more, not legitimacy, but structure to what we're already been doing.
Yeah. Okay.
And formalizing that aspect.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Parslow?
Prompt my memory here. When was the Parks, Recreation and Culture Plan revised?
The master plan, through your trip to Councillor Parslow, it was 2023, March 2023. And that was this, the community partners program per se was identified through your strategic planning process.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow.
Yeah.
So in light of recent events, is there a need to revisit the culture side of that master plan?
Through your worship,
So in light of recent events,
yeah.
which I'm not going to mention, is there a need for us to revisit the culture aspect of that master plan?
Through your worship to Councillor Parslow, I think that any time for us to go back and I know internally staff is going to be reviewing where we're at with the Parks Rec Culture Master Plan, and sort of our intention is come back to you in the fall with an update in terms of, with the short term, long term and all that. And I think that there probably is, like with any master plan, we need to engage within it and find out where we're at, and then come back to you and tell you where we're at and see if there's opportunity for us to, move things more forward or change the timing or put additional resources to it.
That's always good practice, and I don't wish to belabor the point, but the future use of one of our facilities is in question, and I'm just wondering if the cultural plan addresses that, and do we need to look at necessary changes?
Through your worship, to Councillor Parslow, I would need to go back into the specific plan and gather more information on that for you as it relates to the plan.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Thanks, Ryan. Thank you for the work on that. Any other discussion? No, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. Next, we have 9.3, report number 25-112 from the General Manager of Community Services regarding City of Dawson Creek signage guidelines. Councillor Parslow.
I move that report 25-112 from the General Manager of Community Services, the City of Dawson Creek signage guidelines be received. Further, the Council direct staff to implement the 2025 Dawson Creek signage guidelines. And further, Council direct staff to proceed with preparing the 2026 capital budget to include signage for the public library, Peace Park, Dawson Creek Cemetery, Mile Zero Park, and new Dawson Creek entrance signs.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Do I have a second? Councillor Apollonio, discussion? I maybe just had one. I just wanted to comment, Ryan. I don't know if you've seen it, but just one of my last times traveling through Alberta, I noticed the county of Greenview, I believe, has multiple new signs, and they're phenomenal. Like, they really catch your eye. They're very clean. But I met with one of their what are they called again?
Reeves.
Not the Reeve, their counselors. What are their counselors? Anyways, one of their elected officials I met with and just brought it up, commenting on them. And they said that they went through a lot of trial and error on them, and it took a bit to master something, but they had it really down, and for weather, all of it. So I did have Kathy did reach out to them and got their information. So just so you know, I don't know if it's been forwarded to you, but definitely worth looking at, because if we can learn from some of the stuff they did, it's, yeah, it was just good. So Kathy's got that info. I don't know if she's passed it on to you yet, but I just wanted to bring to your attention. Councillor Parslow.
Yes, the Mile Zero Park, you are aware that they just had new signs done about a year ago?
Through your worship, yes, I'm aware, yes.
And, okay, so are these intended, what you've got here, are they intended to replace what the society put in, or are they in addition to?
I think they're in addition to.
Okay.
I think that one of the things that is identified as part of the signage audit that was done, which is at the back of the signage guidelines, talks about clarity and consistency across the city brands. And so some of this, the library, Peace Park, the cemeteries, Milesboro Park, there is the sort of standard city branding signage as you see laid out in this guidelines, and what was the work that was done years ago. You see that at Milesboro Park on the Alaska Highway, 97 North, on 97 South, the signage is not consistent through, and so it's identifying that consistent signage through your facilities, your parks, et cetera, and then really looking to amplify the signage within the facilities, which is more of a localized aspect.
One final comment. Again, we had this discussion this morning around Indigenous involvement.
Mm-hmm.
This is a golden opportunity when we do this work.
So with that, within this document, these are guidelines. So yes, I'm going to say the dimensions, widths, heights, lengths, colors, type of wood, et cetera, are sort of really set in stone. The wording that goes on the signage is they provide some context and some sort of like best practices in terms of, placement of signs, how many words and all that sort of stuff, and the type of sign that's being used. So it's very standardized. And so one of the things that's also identified on here, and I need to find the actual page for you, but if you were to look on, I will find the page, is that we've identified, I'm going to say on page number is that 18, you will see where it says public library. Underneath that, we have some sort of identification of, acknowledging Treaty 8 territory and/or the First Nations within the region. Yet to be determined what any of all that sort of looks like, but the reality is that we have sort of put some thoughts into that moving forward.
Just a word of, if I may, that you may find the number of words or letters inadequate when we include
Very well could be.
Indigenous.
Yep.
Yeah, they have a beautiful, at least in the Beaver language, they have a beautiful ways of expressing more the feeling rather than the entity, and it's quite poetic, My wife asked how the word what was the word friend in Beaver, and Madeline Oka said it, and said in English, it means someone who comes and shelters you. Wow. Made my wife cry. Yeah. I'm just saying, it's beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's good stuff, but I'm just saying you may need more words.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. One thing too that I maybe didn't capture when I was talking about the Greenview signage wasn't just about the way the signs looked, but when I was talking to them, I learned that the material they used and tested in different spots, like it's pretty durable and it like will outlast a lot of other things in the area. And I just know our signs, like we have some amazing signs throughout the community, but they're wear, right? Like the wood and the upkeep on them. So was more what I was referring to with Greenview is just the material that they scoped out and designed is can withhold the weather and the elements we have. So yeah. So any other discussion? No. All right. I will. Oh. Councillor Apollonio?
Oh, thank you very much. Beautiful. Of course, the lights. Just additional lights, maybe, on the signage. For such signage. Yeah.
Sure, like for the entrance signage?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Apollonio. And were you asking if this was including lights, or you were just reminding? Yeah, okay. Thank you. All right, any other discussion? No? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. Next, we have 9.4, report number 25-116 from the Financial Service Manager regarding the 2025 property tax collection. Councillor Parslow?
Move that report number 25-116 from the Financial Services Manager, the 2025 property tax collection, which provides Council with an update on the property tax revenues collected as of July the 2nd, 2025, be received for information.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. A second, Councillor MacDonald. Any discussion? Councillor Parslow?
I was just wondering through staff, is Michelle going to come and say a few words? I know she loves coming to council meetings. No. Oh, I don't have any questions for her.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. I was going to make a comment, but I won't. So I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. Next, we have 9.5, report number 25-119 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding downtown accessibility meeting summary. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to move the report number 25-119 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding downtown accessibility meeting summary be received for information.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Second, Councillor Apollonio. Any discussion? Councillor Parslow.
Yes, one of the things I can't find in the report, maybe because you haven't done it yet. A few years ago, the accessibility committee that I attended, was asked to attend, you weren't involved then, I don't think, talked about where you have these curb letdowns, that they should be painted a certain colour. I forget the colour, and with a certain type of paint which came through the ice. It was a cue to the visually impaired that this is a down. It's not a step off. It's a gradual slope. And I asked, this is maybe 5 years ago, that could that be included where we have that? And I don't see any reference, and maybe on your accessibility committee you don't have any representatives with a particular knowledge of the challenges faced by visually impaired people. I just don't know.
Through your worship, yes, to Councillor Parzo. That came up in our first meeting, and I have it under the more complex accessibility concerns a bit. Requests for smoother, safer pedestrian crossings with tactile strips and high visibility yellow paint. Tactile strips are something that we've looked at incorporating into our concrete. There's some that you can pin onto the concrete. We have a visually impaired person from Fort St. John who sits on the accessibility committee who actually came down to represent to Dawson Creek, which is great. Her name's Edwina. She's fantastic, and she's recently lost her vision, so she's helped us really bridge that gap from being able-bodied and fully sighted to not, using canes and just crossing a street in general. Helped us understand how even in a few short lanes, how off kilter you can get and off direction you can get. Helped us understand how in the wintertime, how that affects people crossing. So why I put it in the complex concerns is mostly for things like snow clearing and things like that. How are we going to pin these on so they stay on? And then for new construction, we're looking at installing them in our letdowns for new construction. We are specifically looking at a solution for downtown at those crossings and those letdowns that we did last year with the streetlight replacements. Yeah. I think there's still something we can do there, and I've committed to her to doing that. So stay tuned.
I've found that high visibility yellow paint. I apologize.
No, that's no worries.
That. Yeah, good.
Thanks, Councillor Parcel.
Yeah, good.
Noted.
It's very rare. It's very rare I make an apology, but it's very rare that I'm wrong. So.
I'm surprised you still got words left. Any other discussion? No. I just want to thank you, Devin, for the report, and it's just nice to see, and just seeing over the last couple of years how important accessibility is, and how you're working with the community to help. But even to see the items that you work some quick win solutions, as you noted in here, it's just nice to see. So so good job to yourself and the team. So you're welcome. I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. 9.6, report number 25-126 from the Capital Project Manager regarding invitation to tender 2025-33-110th Avenue, 15th Street to 17th Street reconstruction. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to move that report number 25-126 from the Capital Projects Manager regarding invitation to tender 2025-33 110th Avenue, 15th Street to 17th Street reconstruction be received, and further, the council award the contract for ITT 2025-33 110th Avenue, 15th Street to 17th Street reconstruction to parallel projects for the tender price of $1,696,725.78, including a $125,000 contingency, but excluding GST.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Second, Councillor Kemp. Discussion? Councillor Parslow?
So is the GST excluded because we can get that back? Okay. Just a personal note, I was pleased to see Parallel get some work. I mean, there's other places, other organizations that do work for us, but they've been good partners with the pump track development.
Yeah.
Gone a bit beyond, way beyond I would expect contractors to do. So they've really taken interest in the community.
Yeah, they've got a lot of our big jobs over the years.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion? No? All right, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 9.7, we have report number M25-127 from the Community Culture and Recreation Manager regarding memo for community event safety plans and future policy updates. Councillor Parslow?
Oh, did I?
No, I think I shut you off and then turned you back on.
That's fine. The report number M-25-127 from the Community Culture and Recreation Manager memo, community event safety plans and future policy updates be received for information.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Do I have a second? Councillor Apollonio, any discussion on receiving for information?
Yeah, no?
No?
We
right.
all know there's a report out.
I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, we have report number 25-131 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding Transportation Master Plan for adoption. Councillor Kempf?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation, the report number 25-131 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding Transportation Master Plan for adoption be received. Further, that Council adopt the Transportation Master Plan as presented.
Thank you, Councillor Kempf. Any second? Councillor McDonald? Any discussion? I just had one comment on this. I think it was on page 42. I'm just going to go to it here. Just on the downtown parking and curb space, it doesn't mention RV parking at all anywhere in there downtown. And I know talking to some of the business owners down, I know we do have one lot in behind the KPAC, but it's a few blocks away from downtown. But I have heard a few times about one signage to there for RV parking, but also we have some great businesses downtown, and it's tough to access if you have an RV. And so I just didn't see that in here. So I don't know if it was overlooked or it's somewhere else and I didn't see it, or it's coming with something else. But
yeah, through your worship, that's a good question. So the downtown parking started a few years ago with former Mayor Bumstead, who asked about loading zones in the downtown. This was carried through on this parking study. So what we did is we just looked at current parking as well as loading and capacity, and I provided some notes in there. I was not fully aware of any sort of interest in RV parking downtown. I would imagine we didn't pick up any RVs because there's nowhere for them to park. So unless they were existing down there, we wouldn't have counted them. If that's something that's of interest to council, we can look at it for sure.
I think, I'm not speaking for council, just speaking for the business owners that brought it to me, that there's definitely interest from some business owners because there's no real access to downtown for RV, and the amount of tourists that we have travel through here. It's a pretty substantial selling feature, our downtown, and our local businesses down there that have some unique things that I think, you see some RVs that obviously park at the NAR park, but that fills quick. And then there's no I guess any signage on other areas to say that there is RV parking. We do have the lot behind the KPAC, which would be the only lot probably that would be sufficient for RV parking, or the arenas. But
Okay,
I've heard it from multiple. So to me, it's important, but I don't. Yeah, I know.
We can definitely look into it and bring something back to you.
Okay.
For sure.
Yeah. Through yours, I was just going to say we haven't heard that in the past. Traditionally, it's been NAR, and they stop there, they do their thing, they maybe go to tourism, and then they really do the walk downtown to go to the Malzura post and do all that. That's been the parking spot. So, but if council wants to look to establish something in the downtown on some of those vacant properties, but really the only one is like you mentioned that's big enough.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, well, this is great. Many of the people I interact with really want the city to improve its trail system. So if we achieve all these things, I mean, they'll be particularly delighted with having a loop, did you say 18 kilometers or 14-kilometer loop? These are people who like to run and walk and so on. And I'm pleased that you're addressing the issue of the, I guess, triggered by this, the slumping of the Crete Bank.
Yeah.
The question I have, and I'm assuming, but given all the work the city is doing on signage, that we're going to have good signage associated with this trail development. Correct?
Yeah, absolutely. As you indicated a few reports ago, we've got a great new guide that can
Right.
be utilized to ensure that we've got wayfinding and all sorts of things around.
And are we going to name any of these trails? I know the cross-country ski, are we going to name any of these trails? The cross-country ski course, which has many trails, they all have a name. And again, this is an opportunity to involve our First Nations partners if we choose to do that. Of course, you've probably cross-country skied a lot, Ryan.
I used to do biathlon in my younger
Yes, I
days, Councillor
remembered
Parslow.
that you were
Yes.
that sort of athlete. You've seen the signage at Dawson Creek cross-country ski trails?
Yes, I have. Yes, I would suggest through your worship to Councillor Parslow, once the trails are created and or connected through, that logical signage and trail names and markings would be associated, and hence in the signage guidelines talks about finger signs and trail posts and trailheads and maps through the trail ecosystem as well. So the Devon's report and plan certainly dovetails back and forth and complements the signage guidelines and back and forth. So it's a bit of a team approach and a symbiotic relationship to ensure that the trail system or potential trail system to be developed and then to be signed and to tell people where to go and how to get there should work together.
Yeah, the reason I'm saying this in part, apart from the general notion of signage, is that I've seen quite a few visitors going on early morning walks and stuff, and it's obvious that they're visitors. And I'm surprised where they're walking. If they had good map of the trails, they might be going elsewhere, right? But I think it's important, not only for the local community, but for the visitors as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion? No? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 9.9, we have report number 25-134 from the Deputy Corporate Officer regarding policy amendment reimbursement of expenses. Councillor Kemp, thank you.
Thank you, Worship. I'll move the recommendation, the report number 25-134 from the Deputy Corporate Officer regarding policy amendment reimbursement of expenses be received. Further, that the travel and expenses reimbursement policy attached to this report repeals and replaces the existing reimbursement of expenses policy pending a successful 30-day review period.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Do I have a second? Councillor Apollonio? Any discussion? No? All right. I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed, and it's carried. 9.10, report number 25-135 from the Capital Projects Manager, invitation to tender 2025-37, 2025 Capital Roadworks Program, Dawson Trail 17th Street Connector. Councillor Parslow.
Report number 25-135 from the Capital Projects Manager, re-invitation to tender 2025-37, 2025 Capital Road Works Programme, Dawson Trail 17th Street Connector be received. Further, Council award the contract for ITT 2025-37 2025 Capital Roadworks Programme, Dawson Trail 17th Street Connector to Broadcourt Construction Limited for the tender price of $794,603.71, including a $50,000 contingency and excluding GST.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Any discussion? Or second, Councillor McDonald? Any discussion? Councillor Parslow?
Just remind me, where was the funding? Was some of this funding coming from the gift from the province and the rest from our budget?
Go ahead, Devin.
Yeah, through your worship, we had $500,000, $500,000 approved through the BC Actor Transportation Fund, and the budget for it is at I think $1,069,000. I think I provided in there. So we had funded the remaining from capital reserves, with the idea that we're still waiting for one more grant. It's through the HICC. It's a federal fund for the. If we get it, it would fund the remainder of the project 100%. We've reached out a few times, and the federal counterparts have said, we'll let you know when we know. So we're not really sure when that will be, but we do have a deadline on this one of, effectively October to get it done, because it's March 31st of next year. So we need to get rolling on it if we want to get that $500,000.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion? No? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. I was going to take a 5-minute break here. Council meeting for Monday, July 14th back to order. Next order of business was 10 bylaws. We have 10.1 report number 25-104 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding draft revitalization tax exemption bylaw number 4609 2025. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to move the report number 25-104 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding draft revitalization tax exemption bylaw number 4609 2025 be received for discussion.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Second, Councillor Apollonio? I'll call that to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried.
So all questions directed to Kevin.
I had one question, if nobody else does, just on, just trying to find it here. Oh, just on, so the first part there, it's got, it should be noted that when it's talking about all the classes except residential, on the fifth bullet point, it says, this tax exemption will apply to municipal portion of taxes. It will not impact the taxes that city collects on behalf of other organizations, which, that's all good there. But when you go to the next part, where did I see that? It wasn't included? Oh, when you're looking at classes 2 to 9, that bullet point isn't on there.
Oh, so we should make sure that's consistent, yes.
Because it makes it look like 2 to 9 is full.
That would, they get the full exemption.
Yeah.
Right.
So I don't know. Maybe it was the way I was reading it. But
And that was in the bylaw itself, Your Worship?
Yeah, it's right on the, where it's, no, it's on the,
In the report.
report.
Okay, let's,
But maybe, yeah, I didn't check the,
we'll double check,
okay, thank you.
just to ensure the intent is that will be only the municipal portions
Yeah.
in both of those.
Yeah, just when I read this under that, I was like, oh, like if I was to read that, I would think, but yeah, okay. Councillor Parslow?
Well, my question is on the same point. but slightly different. I do think it, by the way, it should apply to all categories, classifications. But how does one enact that? You know, do you form the assessment authority
Yes.
about the exemption, and it only, so we would still collect school taxes and remit those school taxes?
That's, yes, and that's how I understand it. So Melissa has been working closely with BC Assessment through this process just to understand how it'll all work, but yeah, that's how I understand.
Yeah, because I mean, I know it's not directly related to this, but when we come to the permissive tax exemptions, I was shocked to learn that when we give tax exemption to a property, we are paying, the rest of the taxpayers through us are paying their school taxes.
Yes.
And that, I was told, was what we voted on. I don't
Yeah.
disagree with that, but that's a real shock to me. I thought,
Yeah.
so that's just irrelevant to this. I'm pleased to see that provision is in here in an explicit way.
Yeah.
We should visit the tax exemption stuff.
And so Your Worship, just really the couple key points, right, is you've got the two different areas. One is residential, 5 years. The other one, everything else is up to 10 years with a graduating amount that's exempted. And then there's language in there that allows for any building permit that meets the criteria to be applicable, dating back to the beginning of 2025.
Okay.
If that's what I understood council wanted. So Melissa, I put that in there.
Yeah, I think that's what I.
Yeah. And so just for clarity, based on what we have for building permit values to date, I think we're around $8 million and that's calculated value. That's not necessarily what BC Assessment will value it. That's what we've calculated just from a building permit perspective. But it's $8 million. So that would be exempted if everybody applied.
Yeah, so they apply and they got to apply by October. So it'll be similar to permissive. They'll apply and it'll come
Yes.
to council. Once you apply and get accepted, do you have to apply annually, or you're now accepted for those 10 years?
Yeah, I understand it. You're accepted into the program
Yeah,
and that's
okay.
it. So this year, it's going to be a tight timeline for applications because we have to cut those off, I think, by September 15th. So really, by the time the bylaw is adopted, all this, they'll have like a month to apply because we need to have everything come to council and then it's got to get, the bylaw and everything's got to get finalized by the end of October, just like permissive tax. So it's just, this year's a little bit tight. Every other year, the deadline will be end of July. So if someone is constructing in the latter half of the year, they would apply subsequent year and then would be, just pushes it down that 1 year.
Because that's when their assessment would be impacted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the reality is if you're building something in October, next year you're not going to really have any impact on your assessment anyways.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Any other discussion? No? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. You were done, right, Councillor Parslow? You were good? Sorry, I was just double checking. I'll call this motion to vote. Oh, it was discussion. I caught that afterwards, thank you. When there's no button, I'm like, wait a minute, there's nothing to vote on. All right, next order of business is 11. Mayor's business, 11.1, mayor's updates. So I'll keep these really quick as I was asked to by somebody on council. Thank you, Councillor McDonald.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
The Rotary Manor Recreation Program. What an amazing event. There was a few of us. I don't want to mention names. Well, I will, because it got pretty competitive. But Councillor McDonald and Councillor Apollonio up there. Councillor McDonald almost caused some.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, no. But anyways, no, I just wanted to give a shout out to the recreation leaders and program coordinators at Rotary Manor. It was they invited us up to do a flice water volleyball, but it was just phenomenal. There had to be at least 20 residents that participated in it, and we played a game of volleyball, and yeah, it was fun, and there was lots of laughs, and the participation by the residents was phenomenal, and the competitiveness, holy cow, was next level. Not just from Councillor McDonald, but from others as well. So, no, it was a really fun time, and I just want to thank them for inviting us up there because it was enjoyable. So. Trombley Talent Show, I had the privilege of participating in that. I went down there, they did a talent show near the end of the school year, and it was to see the youth like get up there, and I remember like a talent show when I was a child was like air guitar, and you'd be like lip syncing up there. Like this one was totally different. They're actually up there singing, playing instruments, like dancing. Like it was phenomenal. Yeah, it was just in every way. And then the teachers went up and did one at the end to just as a thank you to some of the teachers that are moving on. So it was pretty funny as well. And yeah, it was just, it really was phenomenal. And just to see like that kind of talent in our youth, like, holy, like gives you some hope, and it's inspiring because maybe that's why I don't have much musical talent, is because it was just air singing when I was a child. But no, it was just really good to be part of. Seniors Roundtable, I had one a little bit ago, and there wasn't, off the top of my head, I don't remember anything major that came from that, but I'm just continuing to have those, and just there's a lot of value. There's a good group that comes in here, and there's a lot of value in just listening, but also it's a good opportunity for myself to share what projects we're working on, and to hear what's going on in the community. So it's good. Mountain Christian school graduation ceremony, I attended that a little while ago, and yeah, it's amazing actually. It's a smaller group there, so each graduate gets to go up and speak about their journey a bit. So it hits home pretty close, and it's just nice to hear, all of it, like some of the struggles they've been through, the good stuff, and just what they've learned at the age they're at is, another thing. It just gives you a lot of hope that there's a lot of good things going on for our youth. So it was, it's definitely amazing to be part of, and one of the highlights that I get to do with youth. For sure. So I just want to congratulate them, and also thank them for including me in their ceremony. It's an honor to be part of it for sure. So Canada Day Parade and Dunk Tank. I wanted to give a shout out to the village of Pouskoupi and their team there for organizing the Canada Day Parade and asking me to partake in the dunk tank. It was pretty fun, but the parade is amazing to, just an opportunity to go around and, visit with young kids and just see excitement. It was a great turnout. It was a beautiful day. A huge shout out to them, and a thank you to everybody that participated on this side, as well as the city team who helped with, getting us ready for it. The dunk tank, that was after the parade at the Poos Park. There was so many people down there. It was amazing, but I was the first one in the dunk tank. But just to see like how many youth were lined up to dunk me, it was pretty phenomenal. And Yeah, it was just a lot of fun, and though I was in there for half an hour, and the whole half an hour there was kids lined up, so it was good. And then the best part is they had the dunk tank set up for RCMP prior to their last event was RCMP, so they had the weight control set higher. So I was grateful for my weight because I didn't go in as much as I could have, but no, I started pushing the button myself afterwards. But yeah, no, it was just a lot of fun, and it was amazing to see all the youth and their excitement. So, Tumbler Ridge Medical Clinic, I attended that within the last month. We are truly lucky and blessed to have that that in our region. Like it was a phenomenal conference. There was 90 doctors, so 60 current and 30 resident doctors, which are in the, getting to the close of to the end of their schooling and looking for placement. So it was a phenomenal opportunity just to be part of it. And I was there the Friday and hung out all day Saturday. But we have the South Peace Division of Family Practice, which is newly formed in the last couple of years, that was there at the trade show part to represent the South Peace. And we definitely have a phenomenal team. Like they go above and beyond what you'd expect. All of them, their whole team is there clearly just to help this region. You can tell that's their whole motivation. But just listening to them speak to the doctors and representing, I'm sitting here as the mayor representing Dawson Creek, but really representing the South Peace. It was just, it was amazing. And I really believe that we're going to see the fruits of their labor. It just takes a bit of time, but it was very clear, like speaking to, the current physicians that were there and the new and up and coming, that Dawson Creek and the South Peace is on the map for a lot of these doctors. So it was, this is the first year really that the South Peace Division has attended these conferences. There's multiple conferences they've attended, but you can start to see, I seen the momentum happening. Not the first year for the Tumbler Ridge one, it's been here for a long time. But it was the highest attendance of the conferences that they've done in Tumbler Ridge as well. So it's a great, it's great. And we're pretty fortunate to have something like that in the region that attracts that many people to our region and shows, most of them are from Western Canada, but to showcase how beautiful the Peace region is. They fly into Fort St. John or Grand Prairie. They travel through. They have a lot organized for them over the 3 days. So just a shout out to the South Peace Division of Family Practice, but also to Dr. Charles Helm and his team for putting this together. I want to say 10 years, but it's been a while. But it's just a well-attended conference, and just amazing that it's in Tumbler Ridge in here. Fire Department Training Center and Tour. We did this, I think that was last week. I just wanted to give a shout out to our chief and deputy chief and then the whole fire department team for taking the time to walk us through their facility and show us it. Just another thing that we're pretty fortunate to have in our community, and just to see all the uses that it's utilized for, the joint uses with some other community organizations. It was just phenomenal. So I just really wanted to give them just a little bit extra of a thank you for taking the time, but also for what they do every day to help our community and the safety in our community. The Carter's Project, at the town hall meeting and interview last week. So the BC Lung Association came up here and had a town hall meeting. There was probably about at least 60 community residents in it. They were also up here, they set up health air quality monitors in our community. So we are now registered on their link, and you can Google air quality in Dawson Creek, and you can get real live readings what our air quality is. So it's just phenomenal. That came to us no cost to the city. This was all part of the BC Lung Association that does it. They brought up fans with filters and showed residents how to make, really air quality filters in your home for under $100. Which was amazing because to buy, the air quality ones that do it, you're not getting anything for under $100. They're like starting $300 to $500 and go higher up from there. So it was amazing that they offered that. It was really amazing just to see the residents in here. Most of them who probably have had, are receptive to, air quality. But just to see that offered. And then it was, 60 plus people that got educated on it, which for myself, since I've been exposed to this whole Carter's project, just learning about air quality and the impacts has been extremely educational for me. And then just to top off how this whole project was started by a young boy who was affected and, lost his life because of air quality and not having proper readings to be able to honor that to himself and that family, and just really have a legacy project that can help our future youths and vulnerable, whether it's seniors or youth, both are highly acceptable to air quality. So it was an honor to speak at it, to be at it, and to see our community members there. So. Am I talking too much for you, Councillor Parslow?
No,
No,
I just
okay.
have a
No, I'm just, sorry.
great pain right now
Oh,
in my ankle.
it's in your ankle, okay.
Yeah. Oh, no. It was.
Okay.
Keep rolling.
Northern Health, I had a call, I believe I wasn't even insisting that I was, I had a call last week. We get quarterly updates just kind of from Northern Health. But one of the things that I wanted to touch on was just the measles cases. So they've had 42 different measles cases in Northern Health. So it's a concern for them. The rising calls for it in cases. So you can go on their sites. They have all the information that you need. There's certain years of birth. If you were born, you're less susceptible to getting. But yeah, and shots and immunization is all there as well. And how to track those records. They also did mention on that call about diversions and stuff, and a lot of their plans they're implementing to minimize diversions. And lots have been successful. I mean, we only hear about when there is diversions. We don't always hear about all the other times that the doctors and the team at Northern Health has saved diversions, but it's definitely a high priority for them. Dare to Dream Society and Ribfest. I just wanted to give a shout out to Jeremy Linklater with Dare to Dream Society and that society and the organization that put on the music in the park and the Ribfest. Just an amazing event. I wasn't able to attend because I was out of town in Tumbler Ridge for the medical conference, but I did hear of some that were there and said it was well attended and an amazing event. And I seen a lot of, actually, when I came home the one evening, later I seen like community members like walking towards there too. So it was just nice to see our community out active. So just a huge shout out to them. They do that, voluntarily, that society, and board and volunteer their time to give back to an event that I hear talked about year round in our community, how amazing it is. So. I had an opportunity to have a Zoom call with a new physician that's coming in October, so I won't get too much into that. I don't actually know if it's public knowledge yet or when they announce names of physicians, but I just had a call with a physician and her husband just to talk about Dawson Creek in the area and just really answer any, they had a couple concerns or some things that, this is a new area to them that they wanted to talk about. So I offered to meet with them and, answered those and just had a great conversation and dialogue with them. So, Also attended MLA Neufeld, hosted a couple-hour evening event at Super 8 in Dawson Creek with some not local MLAs, but some other conservative MLAs from his riding. So there was 4 of them there. So it was just really a meet and greet. All 4 of them critics in certain areas with our government now. So yeah, it was amazing that he hosted that here and the invite. There was a great turnout too. The room that it was in was full. Yeah, and I had a great opportunity to meet the other MLAs. There was 3 other ones. 2 of them I had really great conversations with. I just ran out of time before I got to the 4th one, but lots of council was there too as well. So it was, yeah, just wanted to thank MLA Neufeld for hosting it and inviting us. So. Louisiana Pacific tour. So we had a tour there last week. This actually was a tour, kind of ties into number 14 too. Minister Parmar was in town last week. He was actually in the Peace region, or the whole northeastern BC all last week. So he toured around in a lot of different places. And yeah, I just, I guess a combination, I wanted to give a shout out to Minister Parmar for him coming up here and experiencing our region and community. It was his first time up here. He said he had an amazing time in all the communities, seeing everything. But for him to reach out to Louisiana Pacific to meet with them without us being involved, it spoke word, like, yeah, it was huge. It was actions speak louder than words. And yeah, it was just his intent to meet with them was to listen to them. LP asked us to join, so we came out there and joined on the tour, but he really seemed to listen to what's working for them, what's not working for them. Yeah, so I just wanted to give a shout out to the minister and his whole ministry for including us, because sometimes we feel like this area doesn't, it's kind of gets a little bit lost sometimes. So it was nice to see. And then a shout out to LP. I mean, they're huge leaders in our community and what they contribute from, just their team out there to really how innovative they've been and how they've changed directions, which has really protected this mill that we have here. They take basically, I mean, from what I understand, the lowest grade of fiber that they can, and they turn it into the highest grade of product that you possibly can. It's like a 98% product, which is like, some of their product has 50-year warranty and fire retardant. Like it's phenomenal what they do, but we're pretty fortunate as a community to have them here, but we're, very grateful that they've turned a corner years ago and took a different direction to help protect and secure what they do, because it's instrumental for the success of our region and our communities. So, Northern Rockies, I wanted to. This letter isn't attached. I thought it was. Oh, is it attached? Oh, okay.
Agenda, yeah.
Okay. So I just wanted to give a shout out to Mayor Rob Fraser. And also to the city team that helped last year when Northern Rockies had their fires. Our community went above and beyond, really, like always, whether it's our emergency team at the city does a phenomenal job, but also our community as a whole always comes together when in times like this. But Mayor Fraser, he recognized that. So I called him after I got this letter, and he spoke specifically to that, just all the positive feedback they heard, and then what an amazing gesture they made is they've basically donated a park bench to us to be used with a plaque recognizing this and just really thanking the communities. So. It's just kind of, the letter itself is nice. You do that stuff not to be recognized. You do it just because it's the right thing to do. But yeah, just a very nice gesture, and more so, this is a nice gesture. But when I talked to him, it was like I wish I could share that conversation with everybody, because that's what it really is. Yeah, it's heartful, exactly. So yeah, so they're donating it. I don't know, if we need something from this, but I don't know if there's a plan for this park bench, but I have some thoughts, and I maybe will just throw this out there, but the Mile Zero Park Society and the new pump track, I've been down there quite frequently, and it is jam-packed all the time, and it's an amazing thing for our community. But the one thing I did notice is there's a lack of park benches down there, that parents are bringing their own chairs, and I don't know if there's a home designated for this, but I would like, if not, I think if it would be donated there. So Ryan's given me the nod that.
Yes, Your Worship, as part of the conversations was that the bench, that one of the, I'm going to call it stipulations behind the scene, was they want to make sure that the bench would be going to the facility that the evacuees were greeted at and taken care of. And so that is, Mile Zero Park area. And so that's where we're sort of targeting the bench to go, is in and around that miles, the pump tracking area.
Yeah,
somewhere
okay.
within there. Yeah.
Perfect. Excellent. Thanks, Ryan. Good job. All right. I think that was all I had. Any questions? No. All right. Next order. I don't think there was a request from 11.2. Or did I miss that? There wasn't? Okay. So next order of business is 12, Chief Administrative Officer operational updates. So do you, Kevin?
Good afternoon. I want to provide our usual update on water, and I think, Tab, you have a graph for me you're going to put up there, just the latest on that, if you could zoom it in just a little bit. So we got that. Received a memo from Water and Environmental Watershed Department last week, just kind of a little bit more of an in-depth update on our water situation. As you can imagine, it's still that bad. Yeah, it hasn't really improved at all. The challenges we have is that, we've had some spotty rain. It depends where you're at. Bear Hole itself hasn't seen a whole bunch. The river on some parts has seen some. But I know what, for instance, out at Moberly, where my relatives have some property, they've had 6 inches of rain out there, and the lake continues to drop. So the reality is they've got way more moisture, and it's not impacting their flows. We've had probably 2 inches of rain compared to their 6, and so we see this continue degradation of water. So currently, the Kiskatna, the flows are in the first percentile of historic records dating back to 1944. So the only year that has been lower than this year at this time of year is 1992, when we had a severe drought. And that goes back to the story that I've told about, we didn't have a weir at the intake. Our pipe was high and dry. The Kiskatna River was about ankle deep. And crews at the time, they built a little bit of a cofferdam, and they went upstream and busted out all the beaver dams, and that's the only way we got water. We didn't have the storage in 92 that we have now. It was much more dire. So right now, currently the water is about 5 centimeters below the weir. I think there it is. So the black line is this year. And so the real concern is that we're trending earlier than we were last year. So we're seeing it drop sooner, about 30 days earlier than last year when it dropped off and below the weir. And you can see once it starts to drop, the Kiskatna, it tends to drop quickly. So the point of my discussion today is really it's kind of the heads up that where we're headed is likely more severe water conservation measures if things trend where we think they're going to. So currently we're 5 centimeters below the weir. Once levels drop to about 55 centimeters below the weir, the no longer be able to pump from the weir. Now, we're hoping that doesn't occur, but again, we're preparing. So as of July 9th, the flow in the river is approximately 0.35 cubic meters a second. I mean, it's insignificant. So in a day, we're about 30,000 cubes flowing by. We're taking about 8,500 of that. So that's the good news, that, you know, we're less than a third, but that's a significant portion of the river that we are taking out. There's always that component of environmental flows and base flows and all that. So again, something we're being cognizant of. Water levels at Bear Hole, so this is the concerning part, is you'll see in the yellow line that last fall, we released Bear Hole, flows came up, and we maintained that through the entire winter, back to where the black line is over here. We won't be able to do that this year, or at least not to the same extent. So when it's full, we have 1.3 million cubic meters. We're at about 660,000 cubic meters right now, so half of it is gone and never came back. And normally, in years past, we'd have groundwater recharge, we'd have rainfall, we'd all have that, and Bear Hole typically, even if we withdrew, always came back and filled up. This is the first time that I can recollect that it has not refilled. So again, just another indicator of how dry the grounds are, which it relies on. So although there is some water there that we could possibly access, it's going to be tricky to do so, and it's going to leave things vulnerable. And there may be some limitations based on our permitting and environmental flows. So that's a concern. Good news, reservoirs are all basically full, and we're ensuring that that's the case. We're still able to pump more from the river than what we're using. So again, we're doing so to ensure that we can provide town and maintain our reservoirs. When we get into the position, or we foresee imminently that we're going to be in a negative situation, that's when staff will be coming to you and suggesting we escalate our conservation measures. We need to ensure that we lower demands to match what we are able to withdraw from the river. We are also taking all of this information in this memo and this graph, and we are reaching out to the province and Emergency Management BC. We want to make sure that we keep them informed of our status. We also want to understand, should we get into a situation where we feel there's an emergent response needed, how much time do they need, what is it going to look like, what information are they going to need from us? Like, we're trying to be well prepared months in advance. And I don't want any surprises when we get to a point where, if we get to the point of where we need to launch into some sort of emergent response and find out that I assume something. We don't want to do that. We want to make sure that we're well prepared. So staff is doing that, and we'll be meeting weekly, myself and the watershed team, just to keep an eye on things. So again, I just wanted to let council know that as it starts to drop off, history tells us that the Kiskadna, once it starts to go, it goes in fairly quickly. So we could see a need to change some stuff up. So right now, there's no changing from, we're in conservation level 1, we go to conservation level 2. It takes lawn watering from every other day to 2 days a week. I don't know that changes a whole lot for us, because honestly, we don't see a lot of increase in demand in the summer due to lawn watering. It's very little. So sure, you'll save a bit, but not a ton. It also cuts off industry at stage 2. So again, that's another aspect to consider. As we go down the line into stage 3 and stage 4, then there's more restrictions on watering or washing your vehicles in your driveway or filling pools, and then ultimately you get down to the end of stage 4, and then you're starting to impact, local businesses perhaps with car washes. We may not be filling the pool. All those sorts of things come into play. So, but for now, we're trying to just maintain what we can. We will be putting out a press release, media release, tomorrow, I believe, Melissa. Yeah, correct. Tomorrow, you have a copy of it in there. That really just speaks to what we've been doing, and council is well aware, as an organization to pursue alternatives for water source and just doing our diligence, working with the province. We're just really just informing. We wanted to get it out there and let everybody know that, we don't have our heads stuck in the sand. We've been working on this for over 18 months, paying attention to what's going on and managing it accordingly, and just trying to be proactive and exploring alternative sources and see where that goes. So, yeah, so, for the public's perspective, we could get an inch of rain on the weekend. That'll be great. That's not fixing this problem. We're going to need 3 or 4 years of above average moisture just to get it back to where we were. We're a long ways away from fixing it naturally. So that is a concern. So any questions?
Thanks, Kevin. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. Has there been any consideration into postponing the pool's annual repairs so that we are able to keep that facility open in the case of if we're not able to refill the pool? That way we at least keep it open for our community in case we're into a very hot August, September. We have a facility, a water facility for usage to keep our kids and our community cool. And
yeah, certainly we haven't discussed it yet, but Ryan and I can talk about whether.
I know a ton of planning goes into ahead of that to try, and I know it would cost us money to postpone, but I'm just wondering if it's something we've considered. If we're at that level of water restrictions, would we consider that?
Certainly something that we'll just look at what the implications are, and then we can let council know, if any.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Other questions? No?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thanks.
wish I had better news, but
Yeah.
can't control the weather, that's for sure.
No, I think it's good too. We're doing a release to, not a release from water, but a media release just to educate the community. I mean, we're in here and see this every day, so we know what we've been doing and trying to do, but I think it's important to get that out to the community, so.
And again, I think it's also, on one side, it's a great story. Previous councils have had great vision to invest millions of dollars into the water system. That has really allowed us to get this far for this long. If we didn't have the reservoirs, we didn't have the weirs, we would have been 2 years ago, we would have been, in this situation. So honestly, I never expected the drought that we're in to carry on this long. I really didn't. I thought, 1 year, okay, 18 months, well, okay, 2 years, and it just keeps going. So system has been extremely resilient, but it is at its, I believe, at the tipping point.
Yeah, all the more reason and importance why we, water security for our community has been at the top of the list for the last 18 months.
Yeah, for sure.
Right? So, yeah, thank you. Councillor Parslow?
Well, climate science has been telling us this for decades, so whilst when you live in it is a different experience, right?
Yeah.
But of course, there's a lot of people just don't want to hear science that doesn't align with their perspective. But so I think this is going to be the new norm. Mm-hmm. So how long would it take if we ever got the green light for connecting with another river system, would it take about a year to do?
I think best case scenario would be 6 months, but I think realistically, you're probably pushing 9 months to a year. Depends on, you go to order equipment and how long does it take? And there's some of those things you can't control. I think if you had everything, in your possession and you were ready to start, I think you could probably do it in 6 to 9 months. But with ordering stuff and long lead times, you're probably 9 months to a year.
Yeah. So is there any thought about, if the worst came to the worst, is there an agency that helps the city to develop and implement an emergency plan?
Well,
I'm thinking, I go back, sorry, Kevin.
Yeah.
I go back to the days when Chetwynd had oil contamination, and there was truckload after truckload. I don't know where all those trucks came from, right? But I was thinking something along those lines.
Yeah, and we've been having those discussions internally. We've also had them with the province periodically. And that's the discussions that's going to be happening this week again, as Chelsea from Emergency Management plus the watershed team is going to be contacting EMBC and having that thing. So if and when, we get there, here's what we see as being a practical response. Trucking is not a viable option. It's too much water, it's too far to go, and it's just the practicality of it. I just don't see it working. We see a solution as overland pumping, if we had to. We want to make sure that they are agreeable with that from an approach. Again, I don't want any surprises. If they say no, that's not something that we'd be willing to entertain for whatever reason, maybe from the cost perspective or whatever, then that might change our discussion. But I think in light of what we've done over the years to manage it, in light of the discussions we've had at multiple levels of government, we've been very clear that we've been trying to do everything we can, and certainly going to be looking to the province to take care of the situation.
Is overland pumping feasible in the depths of winter?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do it all the time. Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Councillor McDonald?
Excuse me. Thank you, Your Worship. And how's our reclamation plant doing right now, Kevin? Working as well as it's supposed to? Is it being used to its max?
I will need to look at the report under the consent calendar. I did look at it, but I can't recall the exact usage. Again, it's operating fine. Whether it's being used or not, and that's just at the whim of industry, right? I'm not aware, I haven't been told of any particular forecasting that they're going to come, but it just may be that I don't know. But it's ready and able.
And I think too, to add to that, like our potable water, there hasn't been a spike in the use of our potable water.
No,
so it's
but
not.
Yeah.
Like there was last
Right.
January.
That's right,
It was a huge spike in that. So.
Right.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you.
Rick, anything else?
I think I've said enough.
Thanks, Kevin. All right, next order of business, 13 diary. Oh, that's the reclaim.
So
Thank you.
Three Worship, sorry, you can see, thanks for admin for bringing that up. Reclaim totals. So April was a big month, but it's been pretty quiet over May and June there. So, but again, as we head into fall, it could ramp up again, the demand. But we have not been seeing it on the waterfront either, as the mayor indicated. Water sales has been pretty steady. Our demand through the community is actually down a bit. I think we're 5,700 cubes a day, which is even a bit low for usually around 6,000.
Thank you. Guess you did have more to say, so. Thanks. All right, next order of business, diary. Nothing in the diary. 14, consent calendar. Anybody want to lift anything from the consent calendar? Can I get a motion to accept the consent calendar? Councillor McDonald, second. Councillor Apollonio. I'll call that to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. Kevin, just a shout out to the city team for putting all these reports together, and just a thank you to them for the time that goes into it. There's a lot of information in there, so I appreciate it. So thank you. Next, 15 media questions. There's no media. 16 recess to the closed meeting. Resolution to move into the meeting of council close to the public. Agenda item 4.1, section 91C, labor relations or other employee relations. Section 91J, information that is prohibited or information that if were presented in a document would be prohibited from disclosure under section 21 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Section 91K, negotiations and related discussions respecting the proposed provision of a municipal service that are at their preliminary stages and that, in the view of the council, could reasonably be expected to harm the interest of the municipality if they were held in public. Agenda item 4.2, section 91J, information that is prohibited or information that if it were presented in a document would be prohibited from disclosure under section 21 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Agenda item 5.1, section 91E, the acquisition, disposition, or expropriation of land or improvements if the council considers that disclosure could reasonably be affected to harm the interests of the municipality. Agenda items 5.2, 5.3, 6.1, and 7.1, section 91K, negotiations and related discussions respecting the proposed provision of a municipal service that are at their preliminary stages and that, in the view of the council, could reasonably be expected to harm the interest of the municipality if they were held in public. I should have asked you to read that for me, Councillor Parslow.
It would have been a pleasure.
The motion's Councillor McDonald, second Councillor Kemp. Call that to vote.